Hello. Eh? Ah,
Good afternoon to all. Let's move on to the next session. We are honored and excited to welcome a truly inspiring leader to today's session, Ms. Geetu Shivakumar, the CEO of PACE. PACE was a result of sheer determination to build something on her own. Her first interest in technology started while doing a one-year fellowship at Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology in 2008. While studying in 8th grade, her passion turned into IT, and in 2011, she became the best web developer in Kerala state in the IT fest conducted by Kerala government. She also received the Best Young Woman Entrepreneur Award from Dr. Shashi Tharoor, conducted by Innovations Expedition. Other recognitions include Google Hall of Fame, ISO recognition, UN Women Hall of Fame. We are thrilled to have you with us today to share your insights and experiences, and we look forward to learning from your journey and expertise. We welcome Ms. Geetu Shivakumar for the session on usage of AI in entrepreneurship and media.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation to have this session on the use of AI in entrepreneurship and in media. So I'll share my screen now. Okay, so basically, I'll start with the evolution of AI. So I started as a tech entrepreneur 10 years ago when I was in my college second year. And the kind of advancements that has happened in AI in the past 3 or 4 years is unimaginable, and it has affected every sector possible. From media and entertainment to all other sectors, the effect of AI has come in. So first I'll start with the impact that AI has done into media segment. So even before AI or anything of that sort has come in, we used to have Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney, or even other news applications like Times of India or other news portals that we use, or we have their applications. So even then, while we are watching Netflix, if we watch a series, something that is very similar or of the same genre of some series that we have watched already will come as a recommendation in our feed. Or if we use Facebook, for example, the number of posts that we like in the similar genre will show us similar posts of that nature more into our feed. So even before the coming of AI, all the applications were using some kind of analysis of the kind of data or the kind of content that is used by the viewers to analyze and show more content of that genre to the audience. But after the coming of AI, it has become more easier because what a viewer is wanting or what kind of content will this person like, it has become easier to predict, and AI algorithms are being used more and more to show people what they actually want to see. Even gaming companies are using features like augmented reality and virtual reality to keep people hooked on into their content or the kind of games that they are developing. And even small kids, we can see that the kind of addiction they have for phone or some kind or some specific genre of content, it is being heavily researched, and AI is also used to analyze things that will keep people hooked on to their product. In the news industry, so that is something that is very interesting. So in the news and media industry, for content creation and research, also AI is used. Now, even if we open any social media, we can see a lot of AI generated content, and which looks very realistic. It is very difficult to distinguish between content that is AI generated, whether it is AI generated or it is a real content. So in that context as well, AI is playing a crucial role. And several media channels and even prominent news channels are adopting such technologies. For those who are based out of Kerala, even we can see local news channels using augmented reality for recreating experiences, or even to give a better visual experience to the users. So where all are AI used in the media segment? So content creation is basically the first main impact that AI has brought in. And also one of the main sector of people who are having a threat of losing their jobs is content creators, because a lot of creative input is being replaced by AI. So I used to be somebody who used to always argue that whatever AI is able to do, human creativity cannot be replaced by AI, or creative content, artistic content, or music. Or creative writing are things that AI cannot replace. And that was my personal view till a few years back. And now I can sadly say that I'm proven wrong, because AI is now creating much more creative content than human beings. And AI can also have help in creating personal experiences with human-like behavior, with automated assistance. Recently, I saw an application that will help you have a personalized friend. And while creating the character with the behavior, we can choose elements like how much empathy should that person have, how much friendly he should be, how much level of humor, what should be the level of intelligence, how angry or agitated he should be. And we can select the percentage of each emotion that the character is going to show us. So we are able to create characters with the specific kind of emotions or the behavior that we want them to have. And such character modifications are also being used in gaming and other industries, where the personality of the character can be exactly programmed using artificial intelligence. And in the music industry, and music was also one of the things that I used to think that cannot be replaced by AI, and it can only come from a creative human brain. But even in that case, I was proved wrong, because even creative music can be generated using AI. Even by giving text-based prompts, where we can give a prompt like, give me a sad music to suit so and so situation, and the AI generates a music that will suit that particular situation. So that is the kind of advancements, music, content creation, even in animation and VFX, where we can upload a video and give text-based prompts so that VFX can be added to the particular video. So such tools are available now and starting to be widely used. Even though it is not that optimized right now to replace manual VFX animators, but with the kind of pace it is going, I think that in a few years it is going to be very challenging because automation is going at this fast pace. So talking about entrepreneurship, we'll look at various segments where AI is being used and what is the kind of areas where AI is playing a role in entrepreneurship. So first is content development. In content development, text-based content can be generated, image-based content can be generated, even video and music content can be generated. And there's a combination as well available, which is all based on text prompts. Then the second one is product development or design. So for example, in entrepreneurship, we want to develop a product, suppose a mobile application or a website, or even if it is a CAD design that we want to make. So this can be automated and generated using AI. Then the third one is customer engagement, where we need to deal with a lot of customers. Chatbots we all must be familiar with, but before the coming of ChatGPT and OpenAI, there used to be chatbots, but mostly it was all based on questions and answers. There will be a set of preset questions and there will be a prefixed answers available for that. So based on that, the customer was given a response. But right now, it has become very difficult and LLM called language models, which is being implemented by OpenAI. It has become capable of understanding human language. So even if we are talking in a grammatically wrong way, or even if we are not giving a correct prompt, it will analyze what we are trying to say, and based on our inputs, it will give responses. So customer engagement is one area that has become much more easier. Like for example, a recent practical experience I can say is the IVR of ICICI Bank. If you call into the customer care, before you actually get connected to the IVR, which asks us to press numbers, it asks for a text response. What do you want? And if we say, I have, out of curiosity, I have tried a lot of different sentences, but mostly all the time, as long as I was giving a right problem statement, the system was analyzing it correctly. And so that is one practical application of customer engagement that we can see, because when we call a customer care asking us to dial 1, dial 2 for this, dial 3 for that, it can become quite irritating when we have an urgency and we just want to connect to the executive as far as possible, or we just want to connect to the right department. So so by just analyzing our voice and getting us connected to the right department, one small change like that in the customer care has become very effective for ICICI Bank. Then knowledge-based applications, for example, sales co-pilot. So knowledge applications like where learning is involved, where sales can be predicted, where a lot of data is involved, AI has become a crucial part in helping us analyze. I guess now even for any kind of learning, or even if you want to have a thesis summarized, I think a lot of us must be using ChatGPT, because when it is like long pages to read, we can just copy it and put it on some ChatGPT or any other AI-based tool so that we can get a summary out of it. For coding applications, IT automation and cybersecurity. For example, in my personal case, I run an IT company. So in my case, coding has become a lot more easier with ChatGPT, because for bug fixes, for analyzing code and finding errors in it, or even to generate small snippets for small scale applications, AI-based tools have become very helpful, even though it has not yet reached the point where we can just give that I want this much complicated application, give me the code and or set it up for me. It has not reached that point yet, but even then a lot of small works or simpler works can definitely be done using AI, and it has become a lot more easier for developers who are smart enough to use it wisely, or for tasks that are very automated or repetitive in nature. Work augmentation, even to give a lot of work that involves repetitive actions. For example, one of my friends who was working in IBM, his only job was to put file names, to assign file names to the files that are given by the coders. So that is just a small job, but his only task was to see that the file names are not repeated, that that two files in different folders does not have the same file name in the package. So such jobs can definitely be automated using AI. Because it does not require manual intervention, or something that requires the same code to be copied and pasted to different files in different folders. So such tasks can be automated, and such jobs can definitely be threatened. So next we'll look into Gen AI's impact on various sectors, and what is the impact of it, and where all it can be applied. So first is to produce content, then second is to schedule and distribute content. So this is an interesting area. So in digital marketing, for example, you want to market a product of your own. Whether you are you are having a very highly commercialized product, or you come from a rural background, or it is a choir product, for example, you need to do digital marketing for it to be promoted. So whether it is for online sales, for e-commerce, or for just to create a brand and making people aware that such a product exists, it is required to do digital marketing. So one challenge that sometimes we have in digital marketing, when it is not being outsourced to a big agency or something, it is that we need to post regularly. Regularly in the sense not to post every day, but at least in once or 2-3 days, some content has to be pushed. Digital marketing is most effective when you post content at regular intervals, and you have consistency all the time. So sometimes as human beings, we might forget to post, or even some employee, if he has sent to post the content to the social media, he might forget it. But for scheduling and distributing content, there are automated tools available now, so that, like, for example, you want to market a product, you can make a social media calendar for that product for 1 month, and for that entire month you can schedule and keep predefined that which day what post has to be posted on which social media. So there is, for example, I can say one product called Hootsuite, which is a social media automation tool, where you can connect your Facebook, Instagram, YouTube accounts, and you can generate content there. Then you can schedule content to be posted on different regular intervals, and it can be pre-planned as well. Then market content in different platforms, so that your digital marketing has a consistency. Then in media segment, an important aspect of any kind of news portal or a content creation agency, the main part is to monetize the content that we are using. So with generative AI, now there are so many Instagram or YouTube channels that have come up, which uses generative AI content alone. So these are like new accounts that are being created, and they use only AI generated content. So such content can be used to create a channel, promote, and even if, like, for example, you are a stage shy person who doesn't want to come in front of the media, but you have a lot of ideas to create different content, then you can create content using AI, and these content can be used to monetize it. Then with customer engagement. So customer engagement is very important for any kind of industry. So now in my company, we use a chatbot for collecting a requirement from customers, not for complicated requirements, but for simple requirements, like somebody who wants to do digital marketing for their, for example, a restaurant or a product that they have. Or, for example, a customer who wants to create an e-commerce website. So for such clients, we have a chatbot where, as in, they can fill in their basic details, and then they can fill in the requirements. So based on their requirement, the questions that goes for them changes. So the questions that goes for a customer who has come to us for digital marketing will be different from what goes to somebody else. So customer engagement has also become very easy with Gen AI. Okay, so now automated journalism. So this is an interesting aspect of media that is, you have to log into. Okay, so this is an interesting aspect of journalism that has changed because of AI, because for generating articles and for generating reports, AI can be used. So earlier, for example, an incident is there, a journalist had to write everything about the incident from scratch. But right now, actually a lot of their work has been reduced so that the text generation part of it can be automated. So I believe a lot of times people keep saying that human beings will lose their jobs because of AI and AI will take over human jobs. But my perspective about AI is that it is just a tool. We should look at it in a way that before computer came, even in our state, there used to be strike like computer is going to take away human jobs. So we don't want computers to come in. So it is the same case right now, because AI is not going to take away people's jobs. Only people have to adapt and they have to get smarter to see AI as a tool which can be used to make their work better. So even in this case, I believe like we can look at it in a way that, okay, so if journalism is automated, then what are journalists going to do? Their jobs are going to be lost. But I don't see it that way. I see it in the way that journalists can focus on actual journalism and they can generate all the input and then put it into an AI tool and create a better output out of it so that their work gets better. Now the next is in script and story generation. AI algorithms can actually generate scripts. So this is something that I would like to show you, but I think I'll need to stop sharing my screen and I'll reshare it now. Okay, so I'm just going to use ChatGPT now. So, it was something very interesting because I was like just preparing for the session and I was just trying out what is going to be the output. So I'm just going to ask ChatGPT to generate a script for Shakespeare's some play. So, okay. I think Shakespeare spelling, I have typed it wrong. So, okay. Okay, so we can see that it is actually generating an entire drama script. So in the same way, if we have, like for example, an idea for a movie, we can actually give the summary of the movie in a prompt as a small paragraph and ask ChatGPT or any other AI-based tool to generate a script for it. Then it is able to generate it. Now, maybe on a digital marketing perspective, we can ask something. Okay, give me a marketing collateral idea for a coir product. Okay, so now I just gave marketing collateral idea. So it is suggesting a brochure where the cover page can have this content and inside page, what can be added, and the content for it as well. And it is also suggesting promotional offers like 20% off or bulk discounts available. So, the thing is like we can generate such kind of content, and we have to just be smart enough to ask the right questions, or to actually ask the right prompts. So this is about script and story generation. Even to generate a story, okay, we can actually try generating a story. Give me a not new story, we'll ask something else. Do anybody want to suggest something that we can try? Okay, I'll type something. Give me a new. Or a new short film about villages in India. Interesting. A young urban journalist returns to her ancestral village in India to write about. Okay, interesting. So this is even giving me a full story. So this is the kind of creative inputs that can be generated, and based on our requirements, we can tweak it according to where we can use it. And the third interesting part is about deepfake technology. Okay, so this is something very, very interesting, because now, like recently, I guess you must have seen a lot of videos about our Modi ji dancing, our CM dancing or singing in his own voice the new songs, or the latest video that went viral was about this MS Dhoni going in a cycle and singing, which is AI generated one using deepfake, and even Dhoni was very surprised with it. So I would like to show a tweet that Modi ji had put some time back, because like this is a deepfake video of him dancing, and he had shared the video and posted that he enjoyed seeing it. So even the prime minister of the country is being generated using, but this one is looking a little more animated, but there are other deepfake videos as well, which are like so realistic that it is very difficult to know whether it is real or fake. Okay, so now we'll move on and look into certain more aspects of AI, what all AI can be used for. So for personalized content elements for audiences and personalized news feeds, which as we have seen is what we see when we use Facebook or Instagram. Our feed gets very customized according to the kind of content that we regularly watch. Then the second thing is to understand and respond to conversations using chatbots to customers and give them improved recommendations based on their inputs. So like I think almost every bank, every shopping website, everybody now has a chatbot facility where we can just type questions and the bot replies to us and takes us to the right place, and then connects us to maybe a human representative or gives us a feedback based on our input. Then live interaction. So that is one more area where AI can help us with, because for any kind of company, it is very difficult to give a lot of support to the customers, because they only have a certain limited number of customer care executives available. So it is not possible for them to answer every customer in real time. So with the help of AI, what we can do is that a lot of predefined questions or easy questions can be answered using the AI, and then if it can be resolved at that point of time, it is okay, or then later connect it to a customer care executive. Okay, so next a few applications of it in the media sector is like, for example, creation of budgets from scripts about shooting, or if we have a new idea to take a video, or if a new agency wants to actually take a particular news that has happened and make a video out of it. So in all such areas, AI can play a crucial role in making a lot of human work easier. So this one point, that creation of budgets from scripts. So this one maybe we can try with what we had tried earlier. So here, okay, we can ask, can I get a budget for this? Okay, so now it has, for the screenplay that they had given, now there is a budget as well, so which comes to about 12,65,000 rupees according to the AI, that it will cost so much of rupees to bring the script into reality. Okay, so then about enhanced search. So this is one interesting area because earlier search used to be always based out of keywords, that like we can give particular keywords, and whatever content is available where we have to search, that keyword will be searched and the result will be shown where this keyword is available. But now with the coming of AI, it is possible to do a logical search. Means there is an entire big content of 100 pages available, and we want to search for a particular logical problem or the answer to a logical problem in that entire script. So what AI can do is, if we give put the entire script or the entire big document into the AI and ask a logical question, then the AI is able to analyze the entire text and understand the meaning of the entire text and then perform a search. So I use ChatGPT very regularly for summarizing large text. When I get a big document of 4-5 pages and when I am not feeling like reading the entire thing and making an output out of it, then what I do is I copy paste the entire thing into ChatGPT and ask it for a summary. And the exact summary comes. So I can save the time of reading through the entire thing if it is not required for me to particularly read the entire thing. Then it can also adapt text, video, or any kind of content for different compliances, which could be country regulations or even compliance to the aspect ratio of different social medias like Instagram or Facebook. Or where copyright issues are there. All these checkings can be automated using AI. Then plagiarism and fake news. It can become very easy to analyze it using AI, where we can check for plagiarism in huge documents or multiple places where it can be automated. And a lot of fake news has been going on around, and we know companies like Alt News, which is based out of India, who are working a lot for fact checking of news and publicizing about fake news. So these things have become more easier than usual with AI, because it was otherwise manually, or even with regular automation, it was a very data intensive process. Okay, so now creation of content. This also is similar to what we were discussing before, where formatting or automation of VFX, consistent writing styles, etc. can be like whatever specifications are there for the content, it can be very easily automated using AI. So I'll show you about for digital marketing perspective. I'll show you one more example of like, I think in previous session also I saw that Varun was showing you some tools. I'll just show you a regular tool which we all used to use, Canva, which is very familiar, I think, for most of you. So I've come to Canva. So now Canva has also come up with some AI implementation. So I'm going to go to this option, make me an image. So here, okay, so this is something that I tried before. This I asked a prompt, social media poster for Coir board. So you can see below, these are the options that Canva has generated for me. So this is editable, and if we want to make any changes to it, that is also possible. So anybody else wants to try anything else? Any other prompts that you want to try? Okay, so then I'll just check for some other. Okay, what will you imagine today? Okay, okay, social media creative for a new movie. Okay, for a new movie. I think our prompt was very generic. So what I meant exactly is not what it comes. So maybe we can try tweaking the prompt a little. So according to the prompt, we'll see when we change the prompt, what is the change that is going to come to the poster for a new movie about a football team that wins in India. India. Okay. Okay, so now see the difference. So when I made the prompt more specific, so I think it has come up with better posters. Okay, so in the same way, for social media, you can also create different types of content for your product, or if somebody wants to start a new venture, or somebody wants to promote any of their content on social media, posters can be generated using AI. I'll try just one more thing. Social creative for social media for a homemade shampoo brand. Okay, so this is another social media poster that has come up where we can edit the text and the logo and everything, and can be used for branding activities. This is a really good one. Okay, so such kind of social media content generation and other type of content generation can be done with the use of AI. And this has actually brought in a lot of impact into the digital marketing industry, as well as it has brought in a lot of changes into the way content creation works. And now it is highly competitive for people who are working based out of content, because the AI generated content is possible, and plagiarism can be detected as well. So we have to make use of all the tools and yet still remain useful. So that is one challenge that content creators are now facing. But in the industry perspective, it is becoming really good, because the quality of content that is coming up is going higher and higher. The bar is going higher. So for every company that is into content creation, or every sector where content creation is required, it is the bar is extremely high. So everybody has to be generating better content. So next, we'll see what impact AI has on an organization perspective. So first thing, the productivity increases. So that is very true because a lot of monotonous work. I personally used to hate like making documentation part was something that I used to not like doing. But with ChatGPT now it is so easy that I can just put the inputs and give a prompt. So documentation work has become so easy. So I feel like a lot of like I would have taken 1 hour to prepare a document, which ChatGPT gives to me in like 3-4 seconds. So my productivity increases. So in the same way, in everybody's work, with the use of such tools, a lot of human work is being reduced, and hence the amount of work somebody can do in so and so hours is increasing. Then amplifying existing workforce potential for new opportunities. So if we have like 5 people who are skilled in multiple areas, with the coming of AI, these people can use a lot of their time for other purposes, which doesn't require a lot of like monotonous or automated thing, which tools can easily do. So then their potential can be amplified because they don't need to do this basic work when tools are available. Then upskilling. Because upskilling is one of the major challenge also, I think a lot of people working in the organizations are finding, because you can't sit in one place and think that I will not learn a new tool. Because now with all these tools and automation coming in, it has become the requirement of the employee to actually upgrade their skills. So if you don't upgrade the skills, then somebody else will take over the job. So a lot of skill upgradation is happening, and even people who have a lot of potential are able to explore their potential, because automation is coming in for jobs that does not require a lot of human brain to be applied. So now to just summarize like how it is affecting business models. So it is improving the monetization of content, because like as a whole, content creation is being upgraded and better quality content is being produced, and also optimization of content has become easier, and a lot of compliances have become easier. So there is improvement in monetization, because the checking of whether the content is compliant with a particular platform or a country or the rights, etc., has become easier. Then the second one is audience engagement is deeper because of AI integration. The customers are better being connected to, and that anyway, for whichever company it is, it causes a higher impact. Then by workflows redeployment, the productivity is increased. So organization performances are being improved, because the kind of content that is created or the work that is being done is getting improved, and even people who are working are having higher productivity. Then the efficiency of content production is increasing, and also the kind of jobs that a particular person can do, it is being more and more varied as long as AI tools are coming up. Then infinite talent shelf life. So, okay, this is one aspect that I forgot to mention earlier. So, right now in this deepfake video that we saw some time back, we saw a video of our Prime Minister dancing. In the similar way, there are so many videos going around of Prime Minister singing popular songs in his voice, and of chief ministers of various states, even movie stars or cricket players are all doing different things. So there is one aspect of it that, like for example, there is a famous singer like Lata Mangeshkar. Even after she passes away, the voice can be preserved. And for example, later on, after 10 years, a new song can actually be AI generated in her voice. So then even after a person has passed on, their creativity is not dying. It is possible to have a song that is being sung in her voice even after she has passed away. Or with deepfake video technology, even after an actor has passed away, at least for in an imaginative perspective, it is possible to have them reenact another situation or another scene. So in that way, even after a human being has passed on, it is possible to in some way have a part of them or a part of their creativity keep on living. And that has become possible because of AI. So now I'll just summarize. So basically the AI has been becoming very popular over the past few years, and the advancements has been very huge. And I think everybody in, who is into a working scenario has felt felt the impact of AI in some way or the other in our daily life. At least in the worst case, somebody who uses a smartphone and has social media must have come across the impact of AI in real life. So the media and entertainment industry is heavily impacted by Gen AI, because a lot of practical things like deepfake videos and everything is coming mainly into public view in the media and entertainment segment. So in the creative sector, India is like a pool of talent, and even in the IT sector and AI sector, Indians are there everywhere. Almost in every major country, a lot of Indians are there, and our country has the potential to be a very high talent pool for AI-related technologies. So this will actually continue to have a long-lasting impact for years to come, and also in content creation segment, there is a lot of revolution that is awaiting us. So with this, I'll just conclude my presentation, and I'd like to go for a Q&A session if anybody wants to ask something, or maybe if you want to discuss on any particular topic, then we can go on that line.
Participants, if you have any doubts, feel free to ask. You can unmute your microphone and ask, or use the chat box.
Even if it is not a question or any particular area that you would like to discuss on, and I think this is the last session of the series. So if there is any area maybe we would like to talk about, then you can initiate the conversation, and I'll also share my thoughts about that.
Hi ma'am, here is my question. How can AI-powered social media tools be used to support entrepreneurship and small business growth?
Okay. So this is an interesting question, because I think for small scale entrepreneurs and people who are like starting something out of their home, usually it is not very practical for them to go for a big digital marketing agency or a social media marketing agency to actually promote their product. For example, somebody who is making soaps or homemade shampoos or something like that, then it is not possible for them to go to, mostly they'll be doing it from their house, or they'll be doing it on their own. So right now I showed you a few tools like ChatGPT, how it can help in generating content, and Canva, how it can generate posters. Canva is just one example. You can just Google that AI tools for social media posters. There are a lot of tools that have come in, and there are many free tools. There are paid versions also available. So these tools can be actually used to generate social media posters. Everybody knows how to post on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, etc. But mostly everybody's problem is only that they are not able to generate content. So such social media tools can be used to create content, to generate an idea, to create a poster, and then it can be posted on their social media, and it can be promoted to build a brand. So in that way, it is very helpful. And even for marketing ideas, I just showed you some time back how ChatGPT can be used, how ChatGPT can be used to create a social media content. So I'll just share my screen now, and we will see one more example. Okay. This is a new one. Okay, I'll take an example of like a homemade soap. I have a homemade soap brand called, what can we name the brand? Kera, for example. Kera. I want content for a social for it. Okay. Okay, so this has given me an idea like a soft pastel gradient. Okay, so now we want to make a poster like this. What can we do? We can go to Canva, and we can try to give the prompt here. I have given prompts, but I have never directly copy pasted this. So we can try this. Okay, it has come out very well. See, based on what ChatGPT had given us, I had put this here, and now the social media poster is available. Now you can download this poster and share it on different social media. Okay, so I guess I have answered that one. I think somebody has posted one more question.
Yes, ma'am. We have a question in the
Yes,
chat box.
can you can you read the question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
By Sri Kumar Menon. Suppose a person was earning his living through copywriting, graphic design, music, etc. Now AI can replace all these. So what change of strategy would you suggest for such people to earn a living? That's the question.
Okay, so okay, that is a difficult question because I guess in the content-based industry, a lot of job losses are right now happening because of the content creative options of AI. So, but one area about content creation that is having a potential is that plagiarism by AI generated content can easily be generated. So right now in Google search, when we are doing SEO based activities, when we are doing SEO, we cannot be using AI generated content because now Google has a mechanism that automatically catches AI generated content, and if we are using such content for our website, our SEO ranking might be affected. So and there are a lot of websites which searches the data for AI generated content, and even in social media right now, like not in every paragraph, but in some content which when we directly copy paste from ChatGPT or any AI tool, it generates a tag that it is AI generated content. So in such cases, we would still require human intervention. So in the question, as mentioned, if somebody was actually using copywriting as an example, copywriting as a job, and in that case also, AI generated content will create a challenge, but even then AI generated content cannot be used everywhere as well if this becomes very popular. So in such content generation, human content creators will still be required, and AI can also be used as a tool. Like you can generate a lot of your work can be easy based out of the content that is generated by ChatGPT or AI tools, but you can take the content and modify it according to your language. This can only be used to create a base or a thread of the actual content. You can copy the content from there and modify it in your own way using your own skills. So it will become a new content and not just a copy paste from a AI tool. So that is my suggestion about this question.
Okay, ma'am. We have one more question. I think we have answered that, but it's like, can ChatGPT,
improve an article written by somebody or maybe a short story? Yes, definitely we can, because like we can paste the content in ChatGPT and ask, okay, I can maybe do a demo of that. Yeah. A short story. Okay, we can actually try to copy it. I don't know if it got copied or not. Okay, it got copied. Make this story rework this story with different words. Okay, I'll try this prompt. Yes, so we can use a prompt like this to create the same story using different words.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
sorry,
The
my
screen is
screen
not
was-
shared. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. So what I did was that I went to a story site and I copy pasted this story. So I'll do once more. This is a blog where people publish their stories. So now I'll give a prompt like rework this story using different words. And I'll paste the story. So now it is working on the same story with a different set of words. Okay, so I guess this answers the question, and I think creative work can be improvised using such tools, because like everybody has a set of creative skills, but nobody can have all the skills, right? So I see it in a way that we can use AI as a tool to aid our talent, or aid our work to have a better output. So I think we should be looking at AI in that perspective and try to explore it to make our work easier, just as computer or a calculator is used as a tool.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have a question on the AI-related job related and AI and job. So one aspect is there's two sides of a problem. One is the demand side and another is supply side. Lot of automated work will be replaced by the AI, and there are certain aspects which I require a five copywriter. I may have a two, and I can use the AI. So that would be another impact. And other side, we require AI capable resources. So we
Yes.
lack that capability also. So I see this as a problem of both the side, demand side problem also and supply side also. And India specifically, we have a more hands are there who wants a job rather than a AI who will replace the job. So in that context, what are your views on the same?
Okay, so yeah, this is a challenge that a lot of people are facing now, especially people like who are in the core tech industry, and yet they have like crossed the age of 40 or 40. I'm not generalizing people according to age, but generally they have become experts in one particular area, and after a particular age, then people get very used to the kind of work they have been repeatedly doing. So then now suddenly, for example, somebody who was into content writing from the past 30 or 35 years is facing a new challenge. So your point is very valid that AI tools have emerged into a next big thing, but people also have to adapt. So even to use a tool, even in a developer perspective also, to use a tool and to integrate it with a platform that we are building, or even a coder who wants to actually use an AI tool to improve their code, or a content creator who is able to use AI-based tools to generate AI-based social media content. For all these things also, we need a particular amount of learning required. We have to be familiar with the tools that are available. We have to be familiar with what kind of prompts we should be giving. So there is some level of learning activity that people also have to go through if they have to survive in the industry. So I think it has become a requirement of the era that we have to go through upskilling. And also, like for what I feel is that there are a lot of people who are just looking for a job. But right now there are options like that. But at the pace that AI is growing right now, that possibility of such automated kind of jobs which can be replaced. It will keep on reducing, and if people are not focusing on upgrading their skills, then it is going to be difficult, is what I feel. So right now, especially students who are of this age has to actually focus on learning new tools also that is outside of their curriculum, because mostly in most of the universities, the curriculum is just based out of theoretical knowledge and not out of tools that is coming out every day. So that I don't blame the faculty or the educational universities as well, because the kind of changes that are happening in the pace of technology is so fast. In every 1 year, 2 years, so many new technologies and tools are coming out, but the curriculum and the syllabus takes quite some time to be formulated and adapted. So it is not possible to like so fast adapt to the change of technology. So it is, I think students and also employed people should actually use their personal resources and try to upskill themselves so that they fit into this new age that is coming up.
With your permission, can I add a few pointer on the same?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So as very automated work, as a owner or as a or employer, I would prefer to have a AI rather than human being, because I don't have a problem of a strike.
Yes.
आज मैं बीमार हो गया and that kind of I need a sick leave. So employer always tilted towards AI unless he has a social mindset, which is rare because he's here to make a money.
Yes.
Second, about mindset and curriculum change. See, we need to now, I always believe, end of the day, are we producing the graduates which are job ready? Answer is no, which was held good before AI era also. Means before AI started, there is always a gap between what we graduate being produced from a university and what industry needs. So
Yeah.
we need to have a more and more collaboration with the industry and check with industry what kind of a resource you want. And then we need to build a curriculum around that or invite them. You come and help us in doing that. You take a special lecture. They may not be academician. They may not be coming up with a research or a very perfect way of teaching. But what they can part to the student may not be part by our regular faculty. So that are my two broad views on the same.
Yeah, true. That is very true. Because we are doing most of the courses in our universities, and the students who are coming out are not actually ready to be readily employed. That is why most of the big companies have their own training programs for like 2-3 months before they can start working. But even then, those readily placed students can only be having entry level jobs, not directly go to another industry specific job. So those who are not placed from the campus when they are going out, that is actually a problem that every industry faces. Even like when we look to hire, we actually look for somebody who actually has a practical experience with something. By practical experience, I don't mean working in a company for so long, but during their college itself, if a student has worked on a particular project for some time and they have a practical experience with it, then I think that particular student will be able to perform better when he goes to a job. So, learning things from the curriculum is important, but in this, with such changes in technology coming out, I think that they should be working on learning on their own about new tools, and maybe try to connect with other people during events and participate in more good programs which is outside of the curriculum as well, and try to be at least aware of what is going around, and then focus on the curriculum as well. Also about the industry academia disconnect that you talked about is very true, and that could be solved up to a point by having like optional the sessions with people who are people who are industry experts but not academicians, and having them interact with the students and at least put some thoughts into their mind about what all is going around and what all they can learn. So these are my views on that topic.
How can AI-powered social media platforms support entrepreneurial ecosystems?
Yeah. So for entrepreneurship, as I mentioned before, digital marketing is an important aspect of entrepreneurship. So digitally promoting your product is very important because without marketing, the product cannot reach the outside world. So in that, the tools that AI has come out with and the ideas, more than tools, the ideas and the budgeting of the entire marketing plan, everything can be generated using AI, and which is all available to us. Earlier, when you say artificial intelligence or AI based tools, it was something that is not within our reach. But now it has become to a point where anybody with a smartphone or anybody with an internet access can use an AI based tool to generate in content, and more than content generation, about getting ideas, about making a plan, or making long documentations that are that if a human being does, it takes a long period of time. So such activities can be automated using AI-based tools, and a marketing plan can be made. So that is one aspect of entrepreneurship that can be made easier using the use of AI. Then the second thing is about getting knowledge. So, for example, if we want to research about a particular medicine being used in some other country like Japan or something, which just by searching on Google, we are not able to find. But we can use maybe Google Gemini. Google Gemini is Google's version of ChatGPT, which is same like ChatGPT, which is a language model. But then the advantage of Gemini is that it is able to search the web and find out information as well. ChatGPT right now, the free version does not have access to internet, but Gemini searches the web as well. So if we want to find some information about something, we can go to Gemini and ask it. It will search the entire web and give us the particular answer. So that is something that I had mentioned in my presentation also before, that the search can be enhanced. Search can be enhanced as in like other than looking for keywords, it will look for a logical answer to the question or the search that we actually want to perform. So that way, about fetching knowledge from the internet, which is outside of search and logical based, or to have a marketing plan, or to make documentations easier. In all these perspectives, as an entrepreneur, on a personal note, it is very useful. And the second one is in an organization perspective. If there are like 10 employees, their productivity can be increased to unlimited scales if the right tools are used. A lot of their time can be used for more productive work, and it can be very productivity enhancement for the entire organization. And the organization structure can be changed a little bit as well to actually suit more resource intensive work to be completed within a shorter period of time. So in that way, AI can bring in a transformation to the organization as well.
Participants, do we have any further questions?
I have a question. What role will AI play in the future of social media marketing, and how can entrepreneurs prepare?
Okay, so I think this is something similar to the answer that I was explaining right now to the previous question as well. So in social media marketing, maybe content generation and the VFX and the audio and video generation part of it, AI will play a role, and it will be useful for entrepreneurs to generate content for social media. So how can we prepare for it? So it is by if you want to have a career as a social media marketer, or to have an aspiration to be an entrepreneur, the preparation that can be done is by being aware of the tools that are available in the market. by getting familiar, there are a lot of YouTube videos and all available for tools that will help you generate content using AI. So AI-based tools you can be familiar with, where text content can be generated, where social media content can be generated. So such tools can be made very familiar with, and so that is the first thing that somebody can prepare about it. So the next thing is to be aware about the advancements that are coming in, and if a new product has come into the market, at least to have a little bit of hands-on experience with it, and try to be familiar with the new tools that are available in the market. So these are the things that I think somebody can be prepare about the changes that are going to come in AI and social media marketing.
Okay. Any more questions?
One more question. How can entrepreneurs leverage AI to dispute traditional industries?
Traditional
Industries.
Okay. So this is also interesting because IT services or for example, traditional kind of industries that are that have been very prominent from a long period of time. So these industries are there from a long period of time, and now a new technology has come in, which is kind of disruptive for everything. So mostly it is practically disruptive in the digital space, because right now AI has not come so much into the reality of the world, because it is mostly in the digital space. So 10 years back, if you wanted to make a website, it used to cost like about 30-35 rupees. So it used to be expensive. But right now there is a tool, Wix.com, which most of you must be familiar with. In Wix.com, you can just drag and drop, and if you know to use Microsoft Word, you can use Wix as well, and you can create your own website. And now they have an AI integrated part as well, where you can just give a prompt and the website generates on its own. So web development was a traditional industry till the time that these tools came in. And now all the companies that were into web development as a service is going to have a problem. So in the similar way, there are a lot of IT-based industries, like a graphic designer. A large company might not use an AI-generated tool to create a poster as of right now, because they would want something of a better quality and better personalization. But for a small entrepreneur, or somebody who is doing something small from home, for them, maybe for example, till last month or last year, a freelancer was doing it. Last year was doing it for maybe 5,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees a month. But right now, if there is a free AI tool available, that a small scale entrepreneur will go for the free tool available. So that way, traditional industries are getting affected by AI tools that have come in. Okay, somebody has posted a question. Can you name this website development tool? Yes, I'll just, it is Wix.com. I've replied in the chat. Okay, then another example what I can see is about content writers who were like, for example, for the purpose of SEO or for bringing your website to the first page of Google search. One of the requirements for SEO is to regularly publish blogs in your website. So for publishing of these blogs, usually the average rate that content creators used to charge for one blog is like about 2,500, 3,000 rupees. That was the market rate for one blog. So an average content writer who is able to do like 4 blogs a month will get roughly about 8,000 rupees a month. But right now, to publish a blog, a content writer's help is actually not needed. Anybody can actually go to ChatGPT and create a blog. In the SEO perspective, right now it is starting to get detected by Google, yes, but still the content writer's work is affected. So that way, a lot of disruption is coming into the digital space right now. But slowly, I think as AI progresses and automation reaches other segments as well, it will spread to other industries as well, which is like for example, somebody who is carrying weight and working in a factory. I think with the automation that has already come in, a lot of people might have lost their jobs, but still such industries will get more affected with the kind of more AI-based automation that will come in. And one more real life example I can say is, like, you must have seen that robotic vacuum cleaner. It is like a small round shaped machine that you can put on the floor, and it will detect obstacles and go and clean the entire space. If there's a if the it has wheels, and if it is rolling and going, and if there is a table on the way, it will clean all around the table and then go to the next place, and it detects obstacle and cleans every nook and corner. But if you keep a maid at home, that maid might not mop your floor that effectively. So slowly in a lot of automation is coming up into our lives, even without us realizing it so much. But that way, a lot of disruption we can await in the coming years.
Any more questions?
What are the implications of AI generated content on social media?
Okay, this is also something that raises a lot of ethical concerns, because using deepfake, a lot of videos are being generated. So, like recently, an issue happened with a lot of issues are being happened with deepfake videos being created about anybody. So it is funny when we see Prime Minister Modi dancing, or when Dhoni is going in a cycle and he's singing a song, and the video is so realistic that we can't know whether it is real or fake. So the question, the concerns that it is raising, because now it is possible that anybody can create any kind of video. Like you can, for example, you can create a video of somebody murdering somebody. And at a later point, if it becomes not possible to identify whether this video is real or fake, then electronic evidences in the codes, what kind of validity will it have? And more than validity, about videos being spread on social media, the major damage that videos on social media causes is about defamation. So if some kind of a bad video is spread about somebody, and it goes viral and it is spread all over, and then somebody says that detects that it is AI generated also, but still the defamation that is caused to the person and the process that the person went through is already done. And also there are also things like we use a lot of face recognition and biometric recognition for a lot of our security based purposes, for unlocking our phone and things like that. So now if the deepfake technology is so getting advanced, it will be possible for somebody to use deepfake to unlock somebody's phone. So such ethical risks are always there. So Elon Musk had some time back mentioned in a statement that the pace at which AI is going is so dangerous that if rules and regulations are not put on it, it is going to be very devastating. So I think this is to the entire science and technological advancements, all the things that are coming up is very new. So this is all very new, and there is no regulations or it has put in place. So on social media, there is an ethical concern regarding the kind of AI generated content that is being spread around. Also, there is a lot of fake news that is going on. Because somebody can deepfake generate a video about something and post it, and it can spread like anything. So it will be very difficult to find out whether it is real or fake, because the videos don't look unrealistic. So such concerns are there, and it is still unsolved.
Any more questions? Ma'am, in case no other questions, shall we wind up?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude for your inspiring session today. Your journey from a young enthusiast in technology to the CEO of PACE is truly remarkable, and your insights on the intersection of AI, entrepreneurship, and media were incredibly enlightening. The way you have built your career with passion, innovation, and a commitment to empowering others is something we all deeply admire. Thank you for taking the time to share your expertise with us. Your session has undoubtedly sparked new ideas and perspectives. Thank you once again for sharing your time and expertise, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Participants, kindly note, a feedback link is shared in the chat box. Please ensure you fill out the feedback form before the next session, as attendance will be recorded based on the submitted feedback. Next session will commence at 5:15, so you may take a break. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Then fill the feedback link shared in the chat box, and the next section commences at 5:15.
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello. Hello, sir, ma'am.
So you can communicate in the chat box.
Yes, I have communicated, but attendance is not updated on ATAL portal, ma'am.
Yeah, we will do
Because
it now. We are
yes,
doing
because
it.
without attendance we can't able to give the test because link is not active in ATAL portal.
Yeah, I will inform. We will look to it, sir.
Yes, because I have attended of 5-6 FDPs online.
Yeah.
So prerequisite is to update the attendance on ATAL portal.
Okay. Please communicate in the chat box.
Yes, communicated already.
Okay. Thank you.
Participants will be moving on to the next session in short minutes. Kindly fill the feedback form of the previous session if you haven't. If you have done, please ignore. Also, please note that the attendance will be uploaded shortly in the portal.
Dear participants, all your attendance will be updated in the portal shortly. The test is scheduled from 7:15 p.m. The duration will be 1 hour. It will consist of 25 multiple choice questions, each worth 2 marks for a total of 50 marks. The test will be conducted on the ATAL FDP portal. So please ensure that you join on the time using your login credentials. We wish you best of luck and look forward to your participation. Participants can enter into your ATAL FTP portal and see whether your attendance is updated.
జరగదు చదువుతుంది ముందు ఇక్కడ అని నేను ఎన్నో చూసేస్తుంది
We will be having our next session shortly.
We will have the sessions shortly. After the session, we'll be having a valedictory session and a photo session. Sir, can we start the session?
Sure, I think we can start the session. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're now moving on to the third session. First of all, we are extremely excited to have with us today a visionary leader in the world of innovation and social impact, Mr. Robin Tommy. As Executive Director of Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council and Head of Incubation at Tata Consultancy Services, he drives transformative digital initiatives that merge technological advancement with societal impact. With over 18 years of experience, Mr. Robin has built an outstanding career as an innovation architect and technology leader, shaping the intersection of emerging technologies like AI, robotics, and extended reality with human centric solutions. His extensive portfolio includes over 100 patents across India, the US, and the Europe. As founder of Inclusive, Mr. Robin pioneers AI driven solutions that create sustainable livelihood opportunities for people with disabilities. His expertise spans digital transformation, social innovation, and emerging technologies, complemented by credentials from Oxford University's Social Entrepreneurship Program and Stanford's Seed Spark Program. Mr. Robin currently serves as IEE Kerala Robotics and Automation Vice Chairman and continues to influence global conversation on purpose-driven innovation and technology for social impact. We extend a warm welcome to Mr. Robin Tommy and we look forward to hear from him today on the topic Managing Social Impact Businesses with AI.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Believe all of you are able to hear me.
Yes,
And
sir, you can start.
I think this is the last and final session for today. So today I'll be covering mostly on the aspects of how AI can be looked into, or artificial intelligence can be looked into the space of social impact. Okay, so I'll be sharing a slide and I'll be talking through that slide. The session is going to extend for like next 1.5 hours max. I won't say 1.5 hours, at least 1 hour and 5 to 10 minutes. You can always ask questions, and anything you feel that you want to discuss or something, let us go ahead with that. So with that, I'm sharing my slide. I'll be stopping my video also. And once again, wish you all the best for the wonderful FDB program that's happening. And thanks to the UC College for inviting me. I believe you're able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
So today, as we discussed, or I was just talking about, we are going to talk about the concept of technology, how technology is going very deeper into the in the streams of AI, and what from the TCS perspective or Tata perspective, what we have been doing, and also as a government servant, I would say what I have been also trying to initiate on a larger scale, institutionalize and bring in an organizational flavor to the larger activities that we are trying to build up. Okay. Now, as a part of this, I don't know how many of you know this person. Have you ever seen this person earlier? Any idea? He's very famous for this month. Make it interactive. You can just, I would say, unmute your microphone and just speak to me. Did you understand who is this? You can just type in also if you have heard about this person earlier. I believe most of you are not aware of this person. So his name is Louis Braille. Okay, and this month, January 4th, is actually the World Braille Day, and he is the founder behind Braille, and it's a magnificent methodology, I would say, or the invention that has led to a lot of transformations in the life of visually impaired and also partially impaired people across the globe. Now, why I brought this person first is because I just wanted to understand how many of you have actually able to correlate a person who has brought in a huge change to this ecosystem. Now, when I say to this ecosystem or the Braille related activities someone has brought in, there's a lot of story that comes here. Okay, if you look at the life of Louis Braille, he was not born as a blind person. Okay, he was born with all visual capability, and during his visual capability and whatever that he was doing, what happened is that one day when he was working with his father in a lathe in France, he was born in France, he lost his eye because of the issues or the kind of things that he went through there. Now, what happened is when he lost the vision of both his eyes, Louis Braille actually found that it is very difficult to live. Hello, can you mute everyone? So Louis Braille found it very difficult to live, and he found that it is very difficult to understand whatever is written on textbooks or whatever is used for communication, which doesn't have audio in it. Okay, so that is where he invented the concept of Braille. Now, he was a French educator. He was now, how did he actually, if you look at it, how did he actually invent Braille is also a mesmerizing methodology. So his uncle was in the army. Now, his inspiration was army during those days, that is in the 1800s. So he was almost like in the age of 15, he actually invented the concept of Braille. He published, I think, his work by 1829. So during his age of 13, he heard about a tactile reading methodology that is used in the army by soldiers to communicate among themselves, because before that they were using light as a technology or to communicate among themselves, but the enemy was able to completely figure out what is the kind of communication that's happening when light was used as a communication tool, and that's where tactile communication came into existence. So hearing this, and he saw that there are 12 tactile methodologies with which they communicate, or 12 different embossed dot system was used. So Charles Barbier was his uncle. So that's where he started to think about it. And he actually took it from there to a 6-dot code in the age of 15. And he published this work by 1829, 1820, I think 1830s. And that's how Braille came into existence. And why I'm talking about Braille today is Braille is a widely used, significant tool for enhancing literacy for millions across the globe, specifically for people who are blind and partially blind. Now this is how the braille letters look like. Okay, it's a 6-dot letter. So as you see here, A is represented by the first dot, B is represented by the first and the second dot. Similarly, C is represented by the first and the fourth dot. So this is all tactile so that someone feels. So if you have seen the braille books and all, this is how it is being printed with. Now, I wanted to talk the story of braille is because there is a kind of I would say uh, innovation, initiation, larger adaptation the ecosystem looks into or goes very deeper into. That is where we see the inspiration that he has got and how that inspiration got changed. But if you look at the larger story of Braille, even Braille never got into the market when he was living or during his period of life. It went into market and it got all the acceptance after his death. Okay, but today Braille is one of the most commonly used methodologies for communication. Now, where did I get all this kind of I would say inspiration for Braille and understanding Braille? There's a school in Aluvai. It is called the Kerala Blind School. Okay, it's a beautiful school for blind. So almost 100 children learn in the school, starting from first standard to seventh standard. So I got an opportunity last year to visit this particular school. So we went to the school. We were trying to see, okay, what was happening in the school. So when I reached the school, it's like any other school you might have already seen. It is not something very inclusive friendly or braille friendly or blind friendly that has been constructed. So the children, whoever plays around, who has been there for a long time is okay because they understand where is the building, where is the kind of foundations, where is all things happening and all. But whereas in the case of a person who's coming for the first time and who is blind, is very difficult to navigate through this ecosystem. So went to the school. When I was roaming around, I could see that there's a lot of children coming near to me. They come and just hit me, I would say, literally, because they were just running around. And when they hit us, they just fell down. Just they just come up from that particular stage, and then they'll just touch your, I would say, palm, your hands, and try to also ask you what is your name, and just try to understand who you are. And the great thing is that the next time you visit them, mostly they will try to find out, okay, who is that person? Okay. So that is the kind of their brain, how the brain gets imprinted from their texture sense, or I would call it as the tactile sense of their fingers and the receptors, the reception nerves that they have at their fingertips. So that is the kind of knowledge that they gain because even though there is a very limited vision or there is no vision at all for them. Now, this school is started by these two individuals. These are I would say the starting founders of them. So especially the woman that you see here. So her name is Gigi Verghese. The other person is Sunil Francis. So the inspiration behind the school is Sunil Francis, who actually went blind in the age of almost 16, and he understood that it is very difficult for people or blind children in Kerala to learn, and that's how he started the school. And his wife is supporting him. She is the headmistress of the school. And when I was there, she was actually taking me around and making me understand, okay, what happens in the school. It's a very beautiful school, and now I'll show you how the school looks like so that you understand. So do you see any difference in the school setting, which considered with any other normal schools that you might have visited, or any neurotypical schools, I would call it? Any changes that you could see? You can just write in the, I would say, in your comment section. Were you able to hear the noise in the ecosystem or in the video?
Yes, sir.
So did you see any difference from the normal schools that you have visited and a blind school? I know some of you might have already seen blind schools, but at least is there any difference which you could observe? Okay, as most of you might have seen, there is no much difference because they don't differentiate between visually impaired and also other children here. So you will see everything is as normal as a normal classroom that you see across any other school. So that's the beauty of the classroom. But only the one thing that you will observe there is, if you we look around very carefully, each and every object has a texture. It means that when they touch the object, they understand, okay, what is that object? And even each color has a separate texture. So when the fingers spreads over it, or when the fingers starts realizing what is around the walls and whatever that is there inside the room, they feel mesmerized, they feel what is it, and they start getting a visual dream of what that might be inside that room. And that's how all these kind of rooms are constructed for visually impaired children. Now let's try to see how the visually impaired children in this school learns. Okay. So as you have seen, so this is how those children are trying to learn. So they are trying to learn about the leaves. So they touch the leaves, they hear to what the teacher says, and they are trying to understand how the texture of a leaf look like, how the smell of a leaf would be exciting them, and also the teacher's voice on what they are being learned. So there is always a voice component or an audio component, and also a tactile component always that happens during their learning process. And that's what I would say during our visit that we understood. So everything and anything for them is through their fingers, or I would call it as a texture-based activity that they are trying to understand. So why we went there, or what was the reason behind the visit, was there was a request from the school. How can we improve the braille learning of these children? So as you have seen, this is all where it started from. So this is where we are trying to identify, okay, how the children are learning. So we were trying to understand what is behind the learning process of these children, and overall what is the kind of initiation that they do to learn, or I would say the methodologies with which their brain tries to understand an object. So Braille, as you have seen, Braille is not easy for anyone to learn because Braille has that 6-dot combination, as earlier you have seen, and also it's a tactile learning tool. So you might have seen without the audio component, just feeling what is on that tactile learning tool doesn't make any sense of understanding what is the information on that 6-digit, or I would say 6-dot framework. Now, overall, what we understood is, as earlier I've told, so these are some more videos for you to understand what each one of them. So all this made us understand their eyes is their fingers. So through the fingers, the receptive neurons on the end of the fingers try to understand what they are trying to learn. And from there, the information gets flowed into their brain. Now, for this, we have to first understand how a brain is made up of, or what is the actual neuroscience of your brain. So as most of you know, the major sense organ of your brain is the eyes, and the eyes constitute to almost 80% of neurons of your entire brain system. So your eyes contributes to the 80%. So when I say 80% of your neuron system, it looks into the back portion of the brain where it is called the occipital lobe. So the occipital lobe, which is entirely the back portion of your brain, has the entire information which you look through your eyes. So it doesn't process that information, but whatever information that comes from your eyes gets stored in your occipital lobe. And the front portion of your brain, which is the frontal cortex, and the prefrontal cortex. Okay, these two portions of the brain is very important in processing that information, whatever that strikes on your occipital lobe. So these two work together. These two portions of your brain actually work together to understand, okay, what is the image or the kind of scenery or whatever that you're looking at. Now, this is really important to understand how your brain gets processed. Now, what happens if your entire eyes is not working or your eyes is completely blacked out? So what happens is this 80% of the neurons in your brain starts, because since your brain is very plastic, your brain starts to understand, or I would say largely it tries to understand whatever that is there around the ecosystem through the other senses. So what are the other senses if you look at it? It's not only the eyes that we have 5 different senses, major senses I would call it. You have the nose, you have the mouth, you have the ears, and you have the skin, and also you have the walking, that which is the motor neuron. Okay, but majorly 4 more senses. So it will start learning more from these 4 more senses. So and your occipital lobe or the back portion of the game, the system would start going much more deeper and deeper into the ecosystem, where it tries to learn and it tries to go and feed into the occipital lobe of your brain. And that is how your hands or your, I would say, the fingers actually resembles the eyes, and the senses takes a different turn. Seeing all this, we went back to our design boards to understand what is the best possible method in which we can bring in the core understanding and also the largest deeper understanding for the ecosystem to come into existence. So when I say the ecosystem to come into existence, the ecosystem is more of the Braille, how we would be able to make Braille much more friendly for them to learn. So as you have seen, uh, the learning is always not just through one single channel. They learn through voice, they learn through touch, and also certain times they learn through smell. So these are the kind of methodologies which any person tries to learn. So the entire information that we are trying to learn here is the deeper sense of the larger ecosystem, and that's how anyone learns. So even how we learn is also similar pattern, but most of the times we learn it through our eyes rather than we learn it through our other senses, because our eyes is the most important contributor to our learning method. So that is where we actually invented a device which is called Braille, which is an AI powered device, I would call it. So this also has 6 dots, and various combinations of these 6 dots would enable each letter combinations. So for example, A, as we have already seen, can be actually enabled through this 6 dots which is there. And it's a very dynamic device because it has a speaker, and there is an AI model that resides in this. So anytime they make a letter A out of this device, the device would say, okay, fine, what is that letter? What more information about the letter? The deeper I would say what information, like for A for apple, next time it will be A for ant, whatever. Okay, so for children, for between the age of 0 to, I would call it as 2 to 5, this would be the kind of pattern. But when it is more and more the age of the children changes, the system tries to identify and give content which is much more complex. So it has a inbuilt LLM model. So it's a GPT kind of a model, similar to GPT. I won't say it's a exact GPT model, but at least a LLM model is there, and based on which it works. So what we are trying to do here is more than just a tool that's given or AI just given to them. We are trying to give them an AI-powered application. It's multi-sensory, as earlier mentioned. It has tactile, so they can create the words and also they can hear to the words. And it is having interactive learning, tactile learning, image recognition, because it has also an image-based algorithm that we have put, and it's a unique proposition for them to learn through AI. So talking about all this now, you might be wondering what is the kind of model that's there. So there is a model, it's a very famous model, which is called Gemma. Gemma is a model from, it's from the Gemini family of Google. It's an open source commercial use model where all of you can try, you can go to the Hugging Faces and download this model. We have used the 2 billion model of Gemma. And this model was really, I would say, any question asked or any time a new word is asked for, it will actually provide the word. It will also provide an information about that word and some rhymes around that word, and lot of information that we get through this. So this is the neuroscience behind, because we just don't just talk about a tool or the AI part of it, but also we look into the different portions of the brain that could enable, that could get enabled because of this education tool. As you see here, the parietal lobe, the frontal lobe, the temporal lobes that get, and also how the neuro transmission process happens and the active learning and the neuroplasticity that comes into a child's mind. So that's about this tool. Now let's see how this, I would say this product is. When listening to the product, they are able to understand, okay, what their teacher there. Now let's hear the feedback from one of the teachers there.
Daily പഠിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഒരു ഫണ്ണായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഡിവൈസ് തന്നെയാണിത്. കുട്ടികൾക്ക് നല്ല ഇഷ്ടമായി. പിന്നെ ഇതിൽ ഇഷ്ടമായി പഠിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ബ്രെയില് ഡോട്ട്സ് ഒക്കെ തൊട്ട് നോക്കാൻ കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഇഷ്ടമാണ്.
ഓക്കെ, ഈ ഡിവൈസ് വളരെ ഹെൽപ്ഫുൾ ആണ്. അതായത് ഫൺ ആക്ടിവിറ്റിയിലൂടെ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നൊരു ഡിവൈസാണിത്. കുട്ടികൾ ഒരു പെട്ടെന്ന് ഒരു എൻ്റർടൈൻ ചെയ്യിക്കാന്നുള്ളതിൽ സ്വയം പഠിക്കാൻ സഹായിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഡിവൈസാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഡോട്ട് 1, 2 പ്രസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ആ നിലവിലുള്ള അവസ്ഥയിൽ നിന്ന് നല്ലൊരു.
So all about Braille, which I wanted to emphasize today, is because this month is a Braille month, and Jan 4 was the World Braille Day. And how could something on Gen AI or artificial intelligence, a technology that could go deeper in for inclusion and learning purposes or education, taking into account the neuroscience concepts of it and integrating the larger sustainability model around it and supporting people who need it. And that's what this entire tool is all about. And this is where I wanted to start and give you an idea on how much of things we could do in this world. Okay. And that's all about the Braille Lume device, which I wanted to share with you and how this tool works. Now let's go into the next AI thing that we have invented. And that too specifically, I would say the larger AI tool, which we have been, I would say, using for from the perspective of neurodivergent individuals. Now, this is the image of a child. This is actually this is one of the fantastic photos, I would say, that was covered by one of the journalists in a newspaper. This came in this news for 2 weeks back, okay, as a part of the special school Olympics that was held in Kerala, okay. And this is the guy who actually won a prize, and that's the, I would say, kind of laugh, or I would say the happy face that you see in front of him. And more than that image, what actually shook us is the image behind him, his mother, who is actually running behind him. I believe you are able to see her. And that was the story actually. So how much of pain that mother would have gone through in making her child win this Special Olympics, at least the 100-meter race, whatever that he was participating. So you can see here what she is doing and whatever that we have been trying to do. Now, why I wanted to bring this image in front of you is there is a huge society that is out there where we might not be aware of. Some of you might have heard about them, the neurodivergent society, people with autism, people with cerebral palsy, people with multiple disability, people who are having issues in hearing, who are visually impaired, who are also having ALS. People who are ALS is a kind of a neurological disorder. You might have already heard about some of the famous people who have got ALS. One of them is the Stephen Hawking's. Okay. And similar to that, these are the kind, and most of these, the disorders which I'm talking about is by birth. Okay. So there is a huge society. If you look at out of 100, you will see at least 5 to 6 of them with these kind of disorders. And they are leading a life which is very difficult, I would say, considered with whatever that we have seen. And it's not only the child who is leading a difficult life, but their parents who are actually supporting them. So that actually helped, I would say, made us think about what is the next phase that we need to do. So almost 10 years back, we started this journey and we started analyzing and doing a deep dive research into how their social status looks like and what is that is actually happening. When we were going through the numbers, when we were going from North India to South India and from again back to South India to North India, what we understood is most of these places this child is mostly supported by their mothers. What happens is that most of the times the parents, I would say, when I say the parent, the father usually says this is not my child, or he actually divorces all of a sudden, saying that the child is having a disability because of it. And the number seems to be like 70% of the families have a single parent, and mostly it is mothers. Okay. Now that is a very, very shocking news, and that's where we thought, why don't we support them and how we can support them? Okay, so this is an example of Nirmal, and Nirmal is a very beautiful child. We have been with Nirmal for a very long period of time, and his mother has been supporting. His mother is one of the supporters of this child. And Nirmal, when we meet him, is almost like, I would say, like 15, 16 years old, almost 7 years back. He studies in the famous school in Tripunitara, and you can see how he walks. So his mother always takes him for a walk in the morning, and this is their routine. Otherwise, every time he sits on a wheelchair. So what we wanted is to bring in more and more independence to these children, especially who are having neurological, intellectual, and movement disabilities. And also what we are trying to bring in is how we can improve the cognitive and the physical capabilities of these children. Okay, so that's where we are coming from. So this is, I wanted to share you one story on Sharon, as you see in this image. And also, before I share the story, I just wanted to say how we met Sharon. So almost like I was saying, 7 to 8 years back, when I visited the school, it's a special school. It's I don't know how many of you visited special schools, but some of you who have gone to the special school, you might have seen. It's not like any other normal school. The school is more of like a very different structure. When I say different structure, it doesn't have class 1, class 2, class 3 as in normal schools that you see. Whereas these schools have a structure like the Down syndrome room, the physical therapy room, the occupational therapy room, all that kind of activities goes on there. Now, why I wanted to talk about this specific school is because the school itself is constructed in a very different manner from any other normal schools, and even not like a school that you might see in the space of I would say visually or even hearing impaired. Okay, because they are neuro divergent, they have special capabilities, and they are also called differently abled. But their learning process is very, very different from the other normal children. So when I was there, what happened is that my team was also there with me. We were trying to understand, okay, what happens in this school. We went through different rooms. We were in a room called Down syndrome room. So one thing what we saw is that when we came to the school, there were almost like almost 80-85% of the parents who actually accompany their children there. So these parents actually bring in their children to the school. Some of them carry their child to the school. Some of them bring them in an auto rickshaw. Some of them come with them in the I would say the school bus itself. So they just bring their children, they leave their children, but they don't go out of the school premises. They always stand near to the school, outside the school, even though it's a rain, it's a scorching sun. They actually wait for their child to come out because they're actually afraid whether the child would cry. Because when these children start crying, or when they start looking for their mother, unless and until they see their mother, or their parent, they won't stop crying. So we saw that almost like 80-90% of the parents were waiting outside from that morning 10 o'clock to evening 4 o'clock. And when we were in this Down syndrome room listening to the classes that they were attending, we heard a huge, I would say, uh, noise, I would call it, in a physical therapy room. So when we rushed into the physical therapy room, we saw that there was a 5-year-old child who was actually going through physical therapy, and it was so painful process for him. Every cerebral palsy child, now you should understand what is cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is a condition by birth where they have stiffness in muscles, neurological conditions, and also they have very difficulty in speaking, communication, and all. So because of this difficulty, they have to go through the process of therapy. And this therapy, as most of you know, therapy is a very painful. And think of a child who from his birth is going through therapy. So that is where this child was trying to escape from the therapy. He was trying to look for his mother. He was just, and for these children, it's very, very difficult to come to the school, because they feel school is like a nightmare, because it's very painful inside the school. But they have to go through the therapy, and that's how the school wants them to do. So that is where we met Sharon. He was actually walking the stairs. So his milestone. So it's not like any other normal school that you see. Here, each and every child has a milestone or a goal For Sharon, the goal is to actually climb the stairs up and down. Now, the reason is because he actually lives in a apartment where there are stairs, so his mother has to actually, and as you see him, his mother is also not that well built. She has to actually carry him up and down. So that is the reason why Sharon is actually practiced by his I would say teacher to climb the stairs up and down. So this is what we have seen when we were there. So that is what you see there, and it was a very, I would say, heartbreaking situation, because Sharon has been practicing this for years, but he was not able to control himself. He was not able to have the motivation. He's not confident enough to climb the stairs up and down, and this is not an easy task. Motor neuron cortex, concentration, motivation, everything is required for a person to climb the stairs up and down. Now, the neuroscience part of it, I'm not going much deeper, you know that, but then we thought, why don't we bring in Sharon into a system? So that is where we also found that these children love gaming, gamification, because those were the days we practiced the Angry Birds. Some of you might have already played Angry Birds. So it has an addiction, and also you love to get that points, the gamification concept and everything from the Angry Birds concept. Now here too, the Angry Birds actually made us think of bringing in a motivated pattern to these children. So for Sharon, not only for Sharon, people like Sharon, we designed a game which is called virtual habilitation. So you can just Google it out. You will see a lot of information about virtual habilitation. This is something that Sharon practiced for more than 2 years. As you can see, there's a lot of gamified concepts here. Now you've seen, look, Sharon is actually playing that game. There is an avatar of Sharon, I would say, in front of his screen, and he's actually following the steps that avatar is actually talking to him or showing him. Now, from this, what do you understand? What is actually Sharon trying to do? Can anyone let me know what is Sharon trying to do? Just write down, or if you can come on. Believe everyone is listening.
Yeah, but probably he's trying to walk properly.
He's trying to walk properly. Great. Okay. So that's a great thing. Anything else that comes to your mind while he's trying to walk? What is happening? Imitation, following, yes. So I'll just play the video once again. Okay, just for your understanding. Just try to see this. So from that video, one thing you will understand is there are some circles, colorful circles, and there is an avatar on the screen. He's just following that avatar. His entire body is mapped using 3D camera, like Kinect and the all RealSense cameras that's available today. And that information is actually fed into the game. And when he's trying to follow, and he's actually he's asked to just follow those lights. Now, what is actually happening when he's following that light? So what is the reason that we are or what is that behind why are we trying to make him follow that lights?
It's more of a motivation for him to imitate what is being done by the author.
Great, there is a motivation. But if you see his milestone, if you have observed the milestone, and what I was trying to say earlier, his goal is to actually lift his leg and climb a stair, or lift down his leg and come down the stair. Okay, so this is the goal. Now, if you attach that goal towards what he's trying to do now you'll be able to understand he's asked to move his legs in a pattern as such. He is trying to move forward and backward, similar to a stair climbing or stair coming down pattern. Okay, so that is what is getting imitated here. As you rightly mentioned, all of you have rightly mentioned, we are trying to build that confidence. But here, one more thing what we are trying to do is, he is doing something, or I would say that therapy or a physical therapy, without knowing that he's actually doing that physical therapy. So that is what he's actually going through. So he's actually doing a therapy, but he's not knowing that he is doing that therapy. So once we are going through a therapy and we are knowing that it is a therapy, that is where the more of our I would say kind of pain hormones rush in. But here it is gamified. He's motivated. He's getting confidence because he's able to crack the short goals or the small goals. And through that small goals, we are making him learn it. Yes, rightly, I would say the study has become more and more fun. And it has all technology is there, AI is there, because there is an AI that is trying to understand. So now what is the AI in this? Now you might be thinking, okay, what is the AI? One is trying to understand his posture. What there are almost like 33 points on his body that's getting mapped into the gamification element. And also the game is trying to understand, okay, how much of his leg is able to move. It's not that the game is saying, okay, just stamp on this color or there. The color or the positions have been on the ground is being made based on the, I would say, the amount of the parameters getting back into the system, the machine learning algorithm saying that, okay, this is what is the possibility of this person to move, or the degree at which his legs can move, or it's a 30 degree or 40 degree, or the distance at which his legs is able to move. So it is like adaptive AI that comes into existence when he's trying to move. And not only that, so why I wanted to emphasize on the technology so that you're aware of the technology, and I'll also show what is the algorithms that's used. But more than that, I just wanted to also talk about something, because anything that comes into their life, we have to make sure that is converted as a habit. So as of today, most of us have a common habit. I believe if every one of us has this common habit in the morning to brush our teeth. Okay. How did this habit came into existence, or how did this habit actually got into our brain? It is through the basal ganglia. There are millions of nerves in the body which actually is trying to learn on daily basis what you do commonly. That is like taking your breakfast, having a bath, or having this brushing your teeth. Even it's like automated. It's like a robotic action. You're not thinking about brushing your teeth. Now it has done because your parents have motivated you to do it, and it has been a continuous activity you have been doing, and that's how your brain has learned. Similarly, we want these children to adopt this and adapt this in such a way that this becomes a habit. And what we saw is fantastic results, because these children came to the school and they were waiting to get a chance to play in VHAB. So that's what we wanted, because we wanted them to be attracted to the school. Earlier example, if you might be, if you have heard, or if you have gone through, that's where I wanted to ensure they do not want to come to the school, because they actually they felt like the school was equal to pain. So we wanted to change that school is equal to fun. So, and how that fun, creating a habit of VHAB in them, and also encouraging them, motivating them, building confidence in them that you can do it, you can come to the school. So that's where the basal ganglia system worked. And how did we do it? By improving the dopamine release, increasing the desire, and not only the dopamine, I would call it, because it's not just dopamine that is working out here. We have also made sure there is an endorphin release, because they get some kind of a raise in their hormones while once they complete it, because it's kind of a, you go to a gym and then you get a kind of happiness when you come out of the gym. Similar kind of an activity is what our system does, and that's where this entire VHAB system has been brought in. I just wanted to convey the right information to you so that you understand how things were working. Now also, now you have to think one more thing here. Now there is another technology that comes into play to understand whether whatever we do makes sense for them. Now, that is also really important. I believe you understand this, because if you look at an autistic person or a cerebral palsy person or a multiple disability person, it's not easy to understand whether their emotion from the facial emotion, that they are happy about what they are doing, they are interested, whether they are getting engaged. Is there a focus that's happening? Are they completely stressed out because of this particular activity? So we used brain-computer interface algorithms, as you see here. Whenever the person is actually doing an activity, you can see here. So if this person is doing something, okay, he's an autistic person. So whenever he's doing that activity, we can see, okay, how his brain is responding to it. Okay, so how much of engagement, how much of excitement, how much of stress, relaxation, interest, focus, all the parameters can be observed here. Okay. So from this, we will understand, okay, whenever he's doing something, and we developed each and every game element based on this. So there was a deeper study of their brain, the EEGs, their gamma signals, alpha and beta signals to understand whether they are actually enjoying what they are doing. Now let us see the story of Sharon, okay, how it got changed in him, and today where is he, and whether he was able to achieve what we meant or the particular milestone and the goal that we wanted. So today he walks by himself, he comes to the school by himself, he goes from the school by himself. He has gained that confidence that he can walk by himself. Now his mother need not accompany him to the school. She is able to go and earn for that particular family. So that is the story of a technology which I wanted to share, specifically AI and gamification that actually enabled, empowered the life of Sharon and people like Sharon, I would say. So it's a huge intervention that we made in like 2 to 3 years. And can you tell me what is the actual change? Is it just that Sharon was able to navigate or able to walk back or improve the quality of life of Sharon? Is that the only result that you see here? Is there something else that you feel that actually we filled into the Sharon's life? Anything that comes to your mind? Is it just Sharon who is actually benefited of this initiative?
Yeah, he looks happy. He looks motivated. I mean, feeling of
Anything else other than
listening.
his motivation? Yeah, he started enjoying it. Yes, all this is good, good, good. But anything else that you feel? What is the social change that has happened when Sharon starts walking? The biggest social change that has happened here is his mother is able to go for a job. His mother is not more, I would say, is standing outside in the rain or in the sun, the scorching heat of Kerala, especially during the month of, I would say, March, April, May, where they had to wait outside and wait for his child to come out. So that is a huge change. Now the mother is able to go to her work without even worrying that her son would cry. So that's the largest change, I would say. Enabling that social change was one of the biggest feedbacks that we could get. And today, this is one of the projects that has been taken up by our own, I would say, Barclays Bank, and which is using their CSR to go very deeper into the activities, whatever that you see here. So it's a huge change that we are trying to drive, and it's not that, as you all know, it's not that simple to get this, because there was a lot of study that has happened, especially from an AI perspective. Now let us see, okay, what is the kind of algorithms that we used here, as you see here. So this is one of the position algorithms or posture recognition algorithms. So here you can see each and every part of the body is mapped, almost like 33 points in the body, starting from 0 to 32, as you see here. We are trying to identify, okay, what each part of the body and how the movements of that body looks like. Okay. And that is where this post algorithms comes from. This is one of the feedbacks. I'm not going very deep because of the time constraints. Let's go into the next slide where post algorithms were used. There is a post detection from each frame perspective. Also a post tracking that we did, and human post estimation pipelines were done. So this is there is two types of algorithms available, but mostly we use the Blaze post from Google, and also we have a fine-tuned algorithm over that to make sure that the post estimations are right, and that is again fed into a machine learning model to understand how much of changes is possible for the human body for the specific person, because it's a hyper personalized algorithm to understand the posture and the movements. So that's the story of VHAB, and there is a huge coverage on VHAB. You can go to Google and search for that. But I just wanted to bring in this story because it's a story of change. It's a story of social impact, and also an outcome driven, research driven outcome using AI. Now, during all this period of time, we were working with another also when we were doing the VHAB implementation in a school. We actually met this person, Anugrah. So Anugrah is a very, very, I would say, brilliant chap, and he speaks really well. But he's having a non-standard speech. Most of you might understand what is non-standard, in the sense a speech which not everyone will understand. Okay, his mother understands his speech, but we were not able to understand that speech. So Anugrah was trying to introduce himself. This is how he was introducing. I am Anugrah. Since I told it, you will be able to comprehend it now. But when we were doing the VHAB test and trials in the school, uh, we were introduced to Anugrah. Anugrah was sitting there and watching what we were doing. But when Anugrah was asking something on the entire day, but we felt like he was actually enjoying what we are doing. But at some point of time, he told us that his mother told us that he was not actually asking. He was not actually enjoying. He was actually asking for a glass of water. So that is where we were trying to understand. Look, after all these great things, the technologies we talk about, we are not able to understand a person who is trying to communicate. So this is specifically, you will see this kind of issues in cerebral palsy. You will also see issues in people who are having ALS, MND, multiple neuron disorders. So there is a lot category of people who are actually having these issues. Okay. Now coming into this, so we had to design. So we went back to our design boards and we started designing something from Anugrah. But when we started designing something for Anugrah, especially hardware that needs to go along with Anugrah, we wanted to ensure that whatever we design, Anugrah is also considered in the design process. He is also getting that the feeling of that power, independence, and bravery. Because Anugrah, as you see, he was completely demotivated, or I would call it as he lost his self confidence due to multiple reasons, as you might all know, because communication is the most important tool for any person to understand. Okay, so that is where when we met Anugrah and when we were talking to Anugrah, we told him that let us try working something out. And as you see, the power tool of Wonder Woman, because that was the time the Wonder Woman was very famous, and we wanted to show him there is a power tool that we are trying for him. So we encouraged him. We always gave a brief background on what we are trying to develop and all those kind of activities. And that is how Assisto was evolved. So you can look for Assisto in your I would say Google, and you can see more information about it. So in 2018 we started, and in 2019 Assisto went for Anugrah. Now what is Assisto? Assisto was introduced during the time of the initial phases of deepfake. So we have taken the deep fake or the deep audio algorithms, okay, and we have worked on this deep audio algorithms to ensure that these audio algorithms are customized for people who are having issues with their speech. So using movements of their head or the movements of their body, we captured those movements, and those movements were actually converted into speech. So that's how we created this algorithm, and this was completely done in our TCS innovation labs. So this is how this device looks like. I'll just show you a video on this so you'll understand more.
Anugrah very much enjoyed session with Manu and Robin sir from TCS. Happy to hear his own voice and also to hear clearly whatever he communicates.
Very good.
So this is what is Assisto all about. So as you have seen, Assisto is more of like enabling the communication or bringing back the world of communication to them. Okay, so let us hear to what how Anugrah was asking earlier, and now how Anugrah asked through Assisto. So he was actually asking for a glass of water in Malayalam. So people who are in the this is the regional context. Malayalam is what he actually communicates through. So he was asking for a glass of water. So you can hear how he actually communicates now. Okay. So it is more of, if as you see here, the original speech and the current speech, it drastically changed because we have took his voice. We have taken his voice. We have also taken the voice of his family members. We fine-tuned the algorithm, which is the deep speech and the deepfake algorithms. And today, deepfake, as most of you know, it's being used for complete, I would say, creation of, you might have seen the Obama speech and multiple speech, Manish Tiwari speech and all during elections. But here we have done it from a positive sense, taking that speech, converting that speech to something where the child gets more confident. Now, the actual change happened here is not just taking the speech and working on that speech, but taking that speech and going a bit more ahead and helping him to write examinations. So that is where we wanted to help him out. That is where we supported him, especially when someone comes, someone as a, when I say someone, it's more of like a scriber, they all need a scribe to write their exams. So we are supporting Anugrah to actually help him write the exams independently, even though we couldn't do it 100%, but this has helped him in at least giving the motivation and confidence that he can communicate through a device. And there is a huge change, and this makes more affordable, because the similar kind of a device was invented by Intel for Stephen Hawking. You might have seen during the period of his final, I would say almost like 35, when before he died. So he was communicating using his cheek muscles, okay, just near to the cheek. So those devices cost almost like $20,000 to $25,000, which actually reduced to $20. As you see, it's a frugal innovation and scaled innovation, I would call it. So now looking at this, you can see how Google has gone ahead. This is a classic example of how another tech company has taken this ahead into their ecosystem, into the Android ecosystem for non-standard speech. Let's see this video.
Communication is a fundamental human need, and I think it's also a basic human right. I'm Audrey Lee, a brand manager at Google. More specifically, I'm a namer, and it's a lot of fun to say that I'm a professional namer. I had a type of muscular dystrophy that affects the way I speak. I have always loved making new friends, but when people can't understand me at first, they have trouble getting to know me. It's as if there's an invisible barrier between us. I believe technology can help bring down that barrier.
My name is Julie Catio. I'm a product manager at Google in the research team. Project Relate started in 2018 when we realized that our speech recognition technology could be improved to help people with speech impairments be better understood. Standard speech recognition doesn't always work as well for people with atypical speech because the algorithms have not been trained on samples of their speech. So we decided to create an app that would be custom trained on individuals' unique speech patterns.
We named the app Relate because of what it enables you to do.
To use the app, the first step is to record a set of phrases so it can get to know how you speak. The Relate app has 3 built-in features: Listen, Repeat, and Assistant. Listen transcribes everything you're saying in real time.
So I have a custom voice model now. And
Repeat repeats what you've just said in a clear computerized voice.
next thing I do, hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate.
Ah, gotcha.
Thank you.
Assistant connects directly with your Google Assistant.
Take a selfie.
Okay, get ready.
I hope I live to see the day when disabled people can move through the world and accept the same level of connection as everyone else has. I think Project Relate is bringing us closer to a better future.
So I would say this is the Google contribution to the world soon after we have completed the, I would say, the larger story here, as you see. Now, I believe you understood where we are coming from, especially from the non-standard speech perspective, how the technology is changing and how audio-based new technologies are coming in, and what we could contribute to people who are having non-standard speech, especially the cerebral palsy world and the ALS world. Now, talking about the digital literacy, most of you might know that it's very difficult for people who are having dexterity issues to operate any of these kind of computing devices. So these are some of the tools, or I would say the hardware that is required to operate a computing device. When I say it can be a desktop, it can be a phone or anything like that. So it's very difficult for them to operate it. So usually what happens is that they have to purchase these things, and it's almost like in India, it would cost you more than 50 to 60,000 rupees to import and get this used for operating a mobile phone, or getting them onto the digital literacy and making them on par with any neurotypical person. So that is becoming very difficult because of affordability issues, and also people who are not aware of these kind of devices, and also there is no training specifically available for it. Now that is where we from the government side, we are bringing in assistive technology as a right for them, and also we are trying to ensure that from Kerala we encourage people, especially every one of us, go ahead and support children who are having disabilities, and also we are trying to bring in the assistive low tech and the assistive technology directly to these people. So this is a new project that we are working on, and there is several activities we are doing for people with neurodivergent, especially from a skilling and livelihood perspective. We are doing gig economy opportunities. So we are partnering with one of most of the ecosystem partners here, and we have been skilling them, we have been employing them, we have been doing a huge across Kerala. You will see almost like 25 plus centers are there, and we have placed almost 100 plus people across, I would say, various IT companies, as you see. And this is the first of its kind ecosystem, and some of the testimonials that we are working together with. So we work with almost every educational as well as the government departments, as you see, and a lot of medias like the German media and majority of the Indian medias have covered stories about them. So just to give you a glance on what we have been doing from the perspective of the activities in this space, this is a 9 minutes video for you to just see.
Neue Technologien gepaart mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Darin liegt die große Hoffnung für mehr als 100 Menschen mit körperlichen und geistigen Beeinträchtigungen aus dem südindischen Staat Kerala. Moderne Therapieformen helfen, ihren Alltag zu erleichtern und erlauben es ihnen selbstständig mit Daten zu arbeiten.
Stundenlang trainieren sie hier mit beeindruckendem Willen ihre motorischen Fähigkeiten, und sie versuchen wirklich alles zum Thema künstliche Intelligenz zu lernen, um damit ihr großes Ziel zu erreichen, bald selbst in der Branche arbeiten zu können.
So wie Minu. Die 24-Jährige leidet an Zerebralparese, eine Gehirnstörung, durch die sie seit ihrer Geburt in ihrer Bewegungsfähigkeit stark eingeschränkt ist. Bis vor ein paar Jahren war es unmöglich für sie, ein Wasserglas oder einen Stift in der Hand zu halten. Sie hatte kaum Kontrolle über ihren Körper.
Ich hatte große Probleme mit der Balance. Mein Kopf fiel immer völlig unkontrolliert von der einen zur anderen Seite. Ich konnte nie mein Gleichgewicht halten, nicht aufrecht sitzen. Dank der Therapie hat sich das alles verbessert. Sie hat mein Leben gerettet.
Nun hat sie Aussichten auf eine berufliche Zukunft. Sie hat gelernt, die Finger ihrer rechten Hand zu koordinieren, kann damit die Computertastatur bedienen. Aufgrund des großen Fortschritts lernt sie nun, Daten zu erfassen und sie zu verschlagworten. Diese Daten bilden die Grundlage für Programme, die mithilfe künstlicher Intelligenz arbeiten. Bald wird Minu Manilal also zu denen gehören, die die neue Technologie damit füttern.
Ich hätte nie gedacht, dass ich all diese Dinge lernen kann, dass ich sogar in der IT-Branche arbeiten könnte. Ich wollte einfach jeden Tag mein Bestes geben, und dann bot sich auf einmal die Gelegenheit, hier an den Computern zu arbeiten. Das war der Moment, in dem ich realisiert habe, zu was ich fähig bin.
Gegründet hat das Unternehmen Robin Tommy. Er selbst arbeitet seit vielen Jahren in der IT-Branche. Für eines seiner Projekte hat er eine Schule speziell für Menschen mit Behinderungen besucht. Dort wurde ihm bewusst, was fehlt: Zukunftsperspektiven.
Wir haben den Menschen hier Hoffnung gegeben, aber Hoffnung alleine reicht nicht aus. Wir müssen eine Umgebung für sie schaffen, in der wir Veränderungen vorantreiben, sie immer weiter ausbauen und dann auch die Wirtschaft involvieren. Unser Ziel ist es, Technologie so zu verwenden, dass sie allen nützt. Wir wollen, dass die Menschen sehen, dass jeder etwas zur Gesellschaft beitragen kann.
Die Grundlage dafür wird hier gelegt, im Therapiezentrum. Wo Minu mit Hilfe von Computertechnologie an ihrer Motorik arbeitet. Der Fokus liegt vor allem auf ihrer starken Hand, der rechten. Ein großer Vorteil der Trainingsmethode: durch den Spielcharakter sind die Schmerzen, die Minu während der Übung hat, deutlich erträglicher.
Nur wenn ich ständig trainiere, verbessere ich mich auch. Am Anfang habe ich noch viel geweint. Mittlerweile überwiegt aber die Freude über meine Fortschritte. Der Schmerz ist mir da inzwischen fast egal.
Seit mehreren Jahren arbeitet Minu mit Ambeli zusammen. Sie ist hier eine von 12 Physiotherapeutinnen. Zu Beginn waren es vor allem Dehnübungen, die sie mit Minu machte, mit dem Ziel, ihren Körper Schritt für Schritt zu mobilisieren. Mit den Jahren wurden Minus Bewegungsabläufe immer besser. Sie lernte kleinere Dinge zu greifen und kann diese inzwischen sogar positionieren.
Anfangs dachte ich, dass die Kinder für immer hier in der Schule sein würden. Ich hätte es nicht für möglich gehalten, dass sie für einen Beruf geschult werden würden. Was hier passiert, ist eine unglaubliche Verbesserung für ihr Leben. Jetzt können sie sich tatsächlich nach einem Beruf umschauen. Das macht natürlich auch uns wahnsinnig stolz.
Robin Tommy hat an dieser Entwicklung maßgeblichen Anteil. Dem 39-Jährigen ist es gelungen, zahlreiche Firmen als Geldgeber und Kooperationspartner zu gewinnen. Die daraus generierten Gelder fließen in Infrastruktur, Personal und vor allem in neue Technik wie diese. Die jüngste Investition, ein Sensor, der die Bewegungen der Kinder abbildet und mit dem sie spielerisch lernen, ihre Motorik zu verbessern.
Für jedes Kind, das durch die Spieltherapie geht, die auf künstlicher Intelligenz beruht, werden Daten erhoben. Wir haben also hier eine ganze Menge an Daten zur Hand, dem Körper und den Beinen. Diese Daten helfen den Therapeuten, um zu verstehen, an welchen Dingen er noch arbeiten muss, ob eher im Ober- oder Unterkörper, an der Grob- oder der Feinmotorik. Es geht dann darum, die nächsten Ziele zu definieren.
Ein noch weitreichenderes Ziel ist es, das Projekt an weiteren Standorten in Kerala zu etablieren. Ermöglichen könnte dies die Startup Mission.
How are you guys doing? Hey, hello.
Die Startup Mission ist ein vom Bundesstaat finanziertes Zentrum, das speziell kleinere Unternehmen unterstützen soll. Rajesh GR und Rohit Philipp sind Teil einer Gruppe, die nach innovativen Lösungen für den Medizinbereich in Kerala sucht. Beide sehen im Konzept von Inclusives großes Potenzial.
Ich glaube, dass es wichtig sein wird, ein Modell zu finden, in das sie wirklich hineinpassen. Eines, in dem sie echten Nutzen erzeugen können. Was das Projekt so stark macht, sind die Strukturen, die standardisierten Prozesse. Wenn es also wirklich gewollt ist, dann kann das jetzige Modell recht einfach ausgebaut werden.
Auch die Arbeit, die von den Menschen dort abgeliefert würde, sei beeindruckend, sagen sie. Gerade erst hat Inclusives für sie eine längerfristige Datenrecherche abgeschlossen. Vom Ergebnis sind sie begeistert.
Wir haben das Projekt nach 2 Parametern bewertet. Zum einen nach der Genauigkeit der Daten, wie exakt gearbeitet wurde, und zum anderen, wie schnell sie die Arbeit abgeschlossen haben. Sie haben unsere Erwartungen dabei weit übertroffen. Jetzt denken wir darüber nach, ihnen noch mehr Projekte zu geben.
Für Minou sind solche Worte das schönste Kompliment. Zu Hause in ihrem Zimmer lernt sie genau dafür oft stundenlang Computerbefehle und Englischvokabeln.
Meanings and as different grammatical usages.
Nun, so sagt sie, würde sich das alles zum ersten Mal wirklich auszahlen und so anfühlen, als sei ihre Arbeitskraft wirklich wertgeschätzt. Gleichzeitig sei es...
That's what I wanted to just share with you what we have been doing. So the larger ecosystem that we are working on and how it can be used for the benefitment of society, and especially what are the different use cases that we have been working on for changing the ecosystem or the societal ecosystem, and also bringing in more deeper interventions in the society. So now I'm open up for questions. So if you have any questions, let me know.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
How can I enable social impact businesses to demonstrate their impact and potential for returns to investors?
Look, if look at the entire thing that you see here, there is a potential for impact from the social enterprise perspective. So all these systems that we develop, and looking into the population, the market size is increasing. So you might have seen the numbers. You might be hearing about the larger disability, elderly kind of. The vulnerable population is actually increasing. Out of 100, if you see, there are almost like 20 people who are vulnerable. And that is a huge business, I would say, opportunity. But from the perspective of not just the business, but a social business model with a for-profit kind of an activity. So I would say there is a huge potential here. If we can develop something, test it deeper, and make sure that the impact is measurable and the outcomes are readily visualizable and also highly tactile enough to understand and also go deeper into the impact space. So all the design, the method in which you do the research behind it is also really important, making sure everyone is considered, it is inclusive, and there is a kind of a business motive in this. But I would say yes, there is a huge business opportunity and also social, especially I call it as not just like a business, but a social enterprise where there is an impact that can be measured, an impact that has a huge drive for it. Yes, there is a possibility in that.
Hi sir, my name is Ishani Lishain. I have a question. How can AI help social impact businesses attract funding and investment from socially responsible investors?
Today, I would say there is a lot of investors who are looking forward to invest in social impact. Reason being, most of you know that there is a lot of guidelines by the European, the US, the different governments across the globe, especially the developed nations, the G8 nations, where they are trying to invest in ESG, environment, social governance goals. So for them, one major activity is to ensure that since the investment is happening, they have to invest in the socially relevant SDG goals is one thing. Secondly, a lot of HNI, when I say HNI, it's the high net worth individuals who are also trying to invest, or angel investors who are trying to invest in these kind of initiatives, where these initiatives would ensure that we would have a deeper impact and long-term impact, because they are not looking for getting a huge amount of money like the venture capitalist. They're looking for a social change, social impact, and also a larger a share of profit, whatever that they get out of these initiatives. And the catch here is, or the bigger fish here is that you will see there's a lot of social impact investors. There's a SI investors. There you will see a lot of that new investment tracks that is being developed, and people are ready to do that. And there is a huge amount of investment coming in this side, specifically looking there is elderly solutions, because the size of these populations are becoming more and more bigger. Because of that, lot of investments are happening in the space, and there is a lot of angel investors also in the space.
Good evening, sir. Sandeep Abhishek this side. Are we seeing any AI intervention in this area of development, human development being implemented in any part of the world or in our country specifically?
There are a lot of things happening. Specifically, if you see human development perspective, you see happiness index. How there is a specific project by Kerala where how AI can be used for improving the happiness index of people. So it's a very, I would say, interesting project that we are working on from the government perspective. So there is also projects by various governments across to see, okay, how AI, and not only AI but other technologies together, can support the elderly population. Because as you see, there's a increase in the elderly population by almost like 20-25% is predicted by 2035. And that is an alarming number. And also almost 30 to 40 of them is predicted to have dementia. So the load on our PHSC, that is the primary health centers and the secondary health centers, is going to be too high. Now, there is I would say, a proactive measure being considered by the social justice departments to understand, okay, what needs to be done, how to improve the cognitive strength. And I think these are all some of the places where we also need to interfere, and also we need to also start developing solutions for them. So there is a lot of, I would say, problems out there. Some of them are being addressed, some of them are not being addressed. But as of now, government has taken baby steps, I would say, very baby steps to address these things, because it's not easy. Usually we do have a very reactive mechanism from a government perspective. It's not a very, I would say, proactive mechanism. At least from the government of Kerala perspective, we have done some of the aspects here. If you look at it as the larger intervention from happiness perspective, elderly perspective, people with disability, from a proactive perspective, because the numbers are increasing, and that is a huge concern from the larger perspective. So that's the reason why we started. And some of the states also have started investing in these, but we are in the very early phase, I would say. We have not gone deep like the governments of the UK or the US or the Germanys. So we are very early in this.
Thank you for the insights, sir.
Thank you, sir. I hope all the questions and queries are answered. It's time to conclude because we have only limited time for the valedictory ceremony. So thank you, sir. We would like to express our sincere gratitude for your enlightening session on managing social impact businesses with AI. Your deep insights into the intersection of emerging technologies and social innovation were truly inspiring. It was an honor to hear from someone who is driving such a meaningful impact, and we look forward to seeing the continued success. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Also, it's time for the valedictory ceremony. It will start right now. At the end of the valedictory ceremony, there will be a photo session. This is mandatory for AICTE. So all of you, be ready for this event.
We will close our eyes with gratitude for silent prayer. Welcome you all to the valedictory session. As we come to the close of this enriching faculty development program, we would like to extend our deepest appreciation to all our esteemed speakers and participants for making this event a success. Over the past sessions, we have been privileged to gain valuable insights from experts in various fields, expanding our knowledge and understanding of the rapidly evolving areas of technology, pedagogy, and research. Each session has contributed immensely to our professional growth, and we believe the ideas, skills, and strategies shared will empower us to innovate and excel in our respective roles. We now have a stronger foundation to integrate these learnings into our work and continue to adapt to the changing landscape of education and industry. Once again, a warm welcome to all, and I hope this session will be a fitting conclusion to the enriching experience we have shared over the past week. We are fortunate to have with us today two distinguished personalities for the valedictory address. We look forward to their valuable words of wisdom and reflections. Professor Dr. Jagadi Raj VP is the Vice Chancellor at Srinarayana Guru Open University, Kollam. Prior to this, he served as a Senior Professor in the Operations and Systems Management area at the School of Management Studies, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kochi, Kerala. Dr. Jagadi Raj possesses extensive expertise in educational planning, administration, institution building, teaching, training, research, development, and capacity building. With over 9 years of administrative experience and more than 34 years of teaching and research experience in engineering and management fields, he brings a wealth of knowledge and insight to his role. Dr. Jagadi Raj supervises research scholars in engineering, technology, and management domains. Welcome to Professor Dr. Jagadi Raj VP for the valedictory address.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Anandal. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good evening, Anandal. Respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, and dear participants. It is with immense honor and privilege that I join with you to address this valedictory section of the ATAL online 6-day faculty development program on the exploring the role of artificial intelligence in the evolving media landscape and the rural entrepreneurship. Over the past 6 days, this FDP has unfolded as a journey of exploration into the transformative power of artificial intelligence, offering a vision of its profound potential to redefine industries, empower individuals, and uplift communities. This program has shed light on the intersections of technology, innovation, and human aspirations, and I am confident that each participant will leave inspired and equipped to drive changes in their respective domains. This FDP also illuminated the boundless potential of artificial intelligence in reshaping the critical domains of our society. Today, we stand at a pivotal juncture where AI is no longer just as a tool, but the transformative force that holds the promises of redefining the way we live, the work, and grow. Allow me to begin by emphasizing the importance of this moment. We are living in a time where AI is no longer the technology of the future. It is the technology of the now. It is seamlessly integrated into our daily lives, from the way we consume content to how we engage with the services. However, what excites me most is how AI can redefine boundaries, the bridge gap, and empower communities, particularly in domains like the media and the rural entrepreneurship. In today's rapidly evolving world, the artificial intelligence has emerged as the cornerstone of the fourth industrial revolution. Its significant transcend the industries, the redefining how we create, the communicate, and innovate. In the media landscape, AI is no longer a tool of convenience, but a force of creativity and efficiency. The enabling the automated content creation, the personalized storytelling, and immersive audience engagement. The rural entrepreneurship, it serves as a bridge to inclusivity, the bridging underserved communities into the fold of modern innovation by fostering access to market, the knowledge, and the resources. So the artificial intelligence is also revolutionizing the media landscape, enabling storytellers to craft content that resonate deeply with the individual audiences. With AI-driven tools, the creator can now tailor experiences that are more engaging, the personalized and far-reaching, and transcending linguistic and geographical boundaries. From the enhancing content production through automation to optimizing audience engagement using advanced analytics, AI is setting new benchmark in creativity and efficiency. On the other hand, its application in rural entrepreneurship is nothing short of the groundbreaking. The AI-powered solution can bridge the gap in education, the market access, and the financial inclusion, offering rural communities tools to innovate and thrive. By automating the process, the predicting trends, and offering the data-driven insight, the AI empowers the entrepreneurs in remote areas to compete on a global scale, the fostering inclusive and sustainable development. As we know that the future of the AI is as promising as it is dynamic. The future of AI adoption is both exciting as well as challenging also. In the years to come, AI will not only enhance the capabilities of existing industries, but also create entirely new ecosystems of innovation. Also the impact of AI adoption is the transformational. In media, it fosters cultural exchange, it amplifies authentic voices, and break down barriers of accessibility. For a rural entrepreneurship, AI holds the key to creating the self-sustained ecosystem where innovation thrives at the grassroots level, improving productivity and enhancing the livelihood. So the vision is clear. That is, AI must not merely be a tool of technological advancement, but a means of uplift the humanity. It is a force that must be harnessed to empower the voiceless, narrow inequalities, and build a future that reflects our shared aspirations for a better world. So to all participants, I urge you to view AI is not as a tool, but as a catalyst for the change. The knowledge you have gained through this FDP is not an end, but a beginning. Let it inspire you to innovate boldly, to collaborate widely, and explore the ways to integrate AI into your work, where it is shaping the engaging narratives in media or driving the grassroots transformation in the rural entrepreneurship. To the participants of the FDP, I also urge you to carry forward the inevitable insight gained over the past 6 days and integrate them into your teaching, the research, and the professional practices. Experiment, innovate, and explore the ways to harness AI for the societal benefit, where it crafting engaging narratives, designing entrepreneurial solutions, or shaping the next generation of AI-driven applications. As the leaders in your field, it is your responsibility to champion AI's potential while addressing its challenges also. The experiment boldly, the collaborate widely, and advocate passionately for ethical and inclusive AI practices. Together, let us strive to ensure that the AI become a force of good, the driving progress, and shaping a future that that is equitable, innovative, and sustainable. So let us remember that AI is not about a technology. It is about empowering people, the creating opportunities, and building a more inclusive and equitable world also. So as a closing remark, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Union Christian College, Aluva, for organizing this exemplary and wonderful FDP, and to ACT ATAL for their visionary initiative in fostering the technological excellences. These programs are the cornerstone of the future-ready academic and the professional ecosystem. So let us leave this section inspired to create change, armed with the conviction that AI is not just about automation, but about empowerment, creativity, and opportunity. Together, we can harness its power to craft a future where technology serves humanity in its truest sense. As we conclude, let us pledge to make AI a force of good, one that drives the progress, uplift the communities, and transform the challenge into opportunities. Together, we can shape a future where the technology serves the humanity in its truest sense. So thank you all. Wish you all the continued success in your future endeavors. And also, I thank the organizer for inviting me to deliver the valedictory address. Wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a great pleasure to welcome Mr. Robin Tommy to this important occasion. Today, we are honored to have with us a visionary leader and a driving force behind the development and innovation in our state of Kerala. Mr. Robin Tommy, the Executive Director of the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council. We welcome you, sir, for the valedictory address.
Thank you all. And once again, thank you for inviting me for this valedictory address. So as I've been already talking in the session previously, I've been emphasizing on how artificial intelligence is really important and how this can be used for a social change. Now, as most of us know, it's a very rapidly evolving world and a market that you see around, where we have more than 240 million children with disabilities who are facing significant barriers to education and even to their basic needs. Now, this just not only represents just a number, but a critical challenge to our vision, I would say, of inclusive global citizenship and sustainable development. Now, let's see, according to UNESCO, the numbers are the 90% of these kind of children with disabilities is in the developing countries. They're not even able to attend a school. When we talk about the digital age, where technology shapes every aspect of our life, the exclusion has a far-reaching consequence. As most of you know, the World Bank reports that the global economy losses up to almost like $1.7 trillion annually due to the disability exclusions that we have. But within these kind of challenges, we have a lot of opportunities that's there, especially looking at the AI, artificial intelligence from the assistive technology market perspective, where it's currently valued of almost like $26.5 billion, which is projected to reach almost like $45 to $46 billion by 2027. And this growth is not just a market potential, but a fundamental shift in how we approach towards inclusion using kind of technologies like AI. Now, it's not only that, but we have to also look at some of the most significant metrics, which is in quantitative. It is like the paradigm shift by how we view all these kind of problems outside, specifically from a social impact perspective. So when we were developing the tools like Session2, which is an AI-powered communication tool, we saw a huge involvement in the user engagement. We saw a lot of improvement in the learning retention. These are not just like the statistics, but we wanted to represent that the real lives transformed through technology and innovation. That's what technologies like AI, gamification, or anything that can do. So as we look towards building a more sustainable and inclusive future, the question isn't whether the technology can bridge the gap. We all know that it can bridge the gap, but the question is how quickly we can scale these solutions to reach the millions who need them. So through collaborative innovation and the committed action, we can transform education from a privilege to a universal right. So that's where we are moving towards, creating a future where technology truly serves humanity's diverse needs. So that's where let us work together to make an inclusive system, not just an aspiration, but a reality for every learner and everywhere. And thank you so much and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. It's now a privilege to invite our respected manager, Dr. K.P. Ausep, a distinguished interview coach and mentor with extensive experience as an IFS officer. We welcome you, sir, for the manager's address.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Respected Professor Dr. Jagadiraj VP, Vice Chancellor of Srinarayana Guru Open University, Mr. Robin Tommy, Executive Director, Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, respected faculty members who participated in this 6 days program from various parts of the country, and respected participants who participated in the faculty development program, and my dear friends from Union Christian College, Aluva. It is indeed a great privilege for the Union Christian College to host this sort of a mega event for the entire country. We are thankful to ATAL Academy for granting us this opportunity, and we are thankful to all the participants and the faculty members who have made this venture a grand success. Regarding the topic, exploring the role of artificial intelligence in the evolving media landscape and rural entrepreneurship. When we are seeing, I'm a layman as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, but when anything is coming as a message to me, my first doubt is whether it is artificially created or natural. So this artificial intelligence in the evolving media landscape, I hope there was a session on how to make false news and how to identify or verify whether the news is correct or not. Like that, this tool can be used for, or it can be misused also, but any tool is like that. Even the nuclear bomb or atom bombs, etc. It can be used for power generation. At the same time, it can be used for producing bombs also. Like that, artificial intelligence is having many good merits and some demerits also. This course, I think the researchers and faculty members who attended this program will be using it for making our life a bit more happy and peaceful. So in the rural entrepreneurship also, this can be used for developing the agriculture of rural people and then marketing of their produce, etc. Recently, I have a request to Mr. Robin Tommy. You see, the in thing, I'm a forest officer. I have 35 years experience in the forestry. The reason thing in Kerala is that man-wildlife conflict, human-wildlife conflict. How we can make use of this artificial intelligence or that sort of a thing to predict the movement of animals. Theoretically, so many may be there, but practically what we can do, can we experiment it in any place? Maybe Union Christian College, the MCA department is interested in associating to solve that problem, at least in a forest fringe community. I don't know how to go about it. We are searching for that. Any of the participants who joined in this course is most welcome to come forward to take us that challenge. And I am once again thankful to all the participants. Then again, the faculty members of MCA, MBA department of the Union Christian College, they were working for the last 6 days to make this program a grand success. I am congratulating all of them. At the same time, if there are any lapses on our part, I own it, and if there is any chance for improvement, feel free to write to us, to Union Christian College management. We will take care of the things, and we are looking forward for many such future courses AICT is granting to us. This college is 103 years old, and this is the only college in Kerala visited by Mahatma Gandhi as well as Rabindranath Tagore. These two eminent personalities bless our college, and we are ready to take up this sort of challenges and courses in future also. Thanks to all who have participated in this course, and my faculty members and non-teaching staff in the MCA MBA department and in the UC College for making this venture a grand success. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude and deepest respect for your visionary leadership and selfless dedication to Union Christian College, Alva. You're indeed the pillar of strength and inspiration to our institution, guiding us with wisdom, compassion, and Gandhian values. Your commitment to empowering students and fostering a culture of excellence is truly admirable. Thank you, sir. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Jagadiraj VP, Mr. Robin Tommy, and our manager, Dr. KP Ausif, for taking the time to join us and share your invaluable insights. Your words have inspired and motivated us all. Dear participants, we are almost at the end of our valedictory session and love to capture this moment with a group photo. We kindly request everyone to turn on their video for the photo session, as it's a wonderful way to commemorate the conclusion of this enriching FDP. Your participation is important, and we want to capture this moment with everyone present. Please enable your camera and hold the frame for at least 2 minutes, allowing us to capture this momentous occasion and create a lasting memory. Participants, please turn on your camera.
Thank you all for your cooperation. Now it's time for the vote of thanks. We would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone for their active participation insightful questions, and engaging discussions. Your involvement made the 6-day FDP not only informative, but also collaborative and enriching. As we move forward, let us continue to apply the
അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എനിക്ക് ഈ
and work together to create an environment of continuous learning and growth. We look forward to seeing how each of us will implement these insights and contribute to the betterment of our academic and professional communities. We would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Dr. Shine K. George, the coordinator of the FDP, Mrs. Veena Jose, co-coordinator, Mrs. Sharna Mohan, head of the department, the college management, Principal Dr. Minnie Alice, Manager Dr. K.P. Ausep, Bursar Dr. Sibu M. Epen, all faculty members and technical assistants of MCA department, and everyone else who worked tirelessly to make this FDP a success. Your dedication and efforts have made this program a truly enriching experience. Thank you all for your support and contribution. I close my eyes with gratitude, thanking each participant for their time, energy, and commitment. From the bottom of my heart, we deeply appreciate your presence and wish you all a continued learning and fulfillment. Wishing you all the best in all your future endeavors. Thank you. Dear participants, we would greatly appreciate to hear your thoughts about the 6-day FDP. Please take a moment to share your feedback in your own words in the chat box. Your insights are valuable and will help us improve future programs. Thank you for your time and participation. Dear participants, the test is scheduled from 7:15 p.m. The duration will be 1 hour. It will consist of 25 multiple choice questions, each worth 2 marks for a total of 50 marks. The test will be conducted on the ATAL FDP portal. So please ensure that you join on time using your login credentials. We wish you the best of luck and look forward to your participation. Best wishes to all of you.
Ma'am, can this?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we leave?
Yeah, you can leave.
Yeah.
Thank you, dear participants. You can now leave the WebEx portal and attend your ATAL
Ma'am, on website it is showing nothing, ma'am. Only question number 1 it is showing, but nothing is visible.
Ma'am, please check your internet connection.
Yeah, it's there, but it's showing like this. Why I don't know.
Yeah, we will see to it once more.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually my DNS is not updated yet, so how can I be able
Yeah,
to that?
only a few is left. We are working on it. After that, you can attend to the submit the feedback and attend the test.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
Ma'am, please check your portal. It is updated.
Ma'am, start link is not working.
Ma'am, it's not working.
Can you please refresh it and give once more?
Ma'am, many times, but it's not working.
Ma'am, it's not working.
Ma'am, actually, the date has shown 17 February to 22 February. So it is incorrect.
Ma'am, how can we do a refresh here?
Attempt to read properly questions.
It's not working.
Ma'am, it's not working. I had done 3 times, but it's not working.
So don't worry, sir. Just log out and once more log in, sir.
So you have to close that submit button. Ma'am, that ACT training and that screen is visible. So can I put that submit button or something to refresh?
Ma'am, have you entered your portal?
Yeah, I entered the portal and took that
Have you
link.
given your login credentials?
Pardon?
You gave your login credentials. You went to your profile.
Yeah.
On the left side, you can see attendance.
Assessment, as attendance, everything showed. Then I took that assessment link.
No, first you submit the feedback.
Okay, so I have to close. What we'll do now? Now that screen is ACT Training Learning Academy screen. So can I submit or close? Close. There is no close button. So if I am submitting it, it will be submitted as final.
Ma'am, have you entered in your profile?
Yeah, I have entered that profile. Then I have to put that, what is it, that email address and password, right?
On the left side, you can see attendance.
Yeah.
There you can see a feedback.
It's not saying feedback.
Ma'am, my attendance is not updated.
Yeah, it will be updated soon. Don't worry. There will be time for you to attend the test.
Okay.
Ma'am, without completing attendance, we can't complete feedback process. And without feedback, we can't attempt test. Then how can we attempt?
So it will be updated soon. Please wait. The ACT ATAL portal is very slow, so participants, please cooperate.
Ma'am, while entering that feedback, I have entered that feedback, but unable to put that submit button.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, attendance is not updated so far.
Attendance is not, so that may be the reason.
And second thing is that, ma'am, when I'm going for this feedback form,
yeah,
there is the second option, say second best faculty or
say
this one. Second name is not being say updated there. Second best. Because there are two options, best speaker and then the second best speaker there in the feedback form.
Ma'am, in my case, no resource person name is showing. When I select the drop down button, there is no name available. So I am unable to submit the feedback form. That's why I
Ma'am,
haven't.
actually the site is very
Yeah, that
slow
one the
now.
second best, ma'am.
Please cooperate. The site is very slow, that's why.
Yeah, we are cooperating, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have one suggestion to you if it is possible. I have attended few FDPs earlier also. What they will do, as the ATAL portal is not responding, they put all the questions in a form, just like a feedback form you have said.
Yeah. We know that, ma'am. We have inquired it with AICT. So they have suggested that the question should be uploaded in the portal and the participants should take the test in the portal. That's why we have done this.
Okay. Fine, ma'am. If in this case, if it is not possible to do it now,
It
then
is
we have to
not
go.
possible. We will give you the form, ma'am. Don't
Okay,
worry.
okay, ma'am. Because the scroller is scrolling. I have not able to enter into the text test.
Don't worry, ma'am. If the
Okay.
portal doesn't allow you, we will give you the form.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. If it permits, you can attend. Otherwise, please.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. I am trying. If it is not so, we can go for the second way. This is just a suggestion from my side.
Yeah.
I am waiting, ma'am. I have a patience. No, don't worry regarding this.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
If the portal allows you, you can attend there. Otherwise,
Okay.
please wait. We will find the solution.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, when I have checked that attendance first, it was shown that attendance is updated. Now I took the feedback, but then after that, when I have checked the attendance, now the status is attendance not updated.
I think the portal is very slow.
Maybe that's the
Don't worry
reason.
about the test. The portal, I think it will give you time to take the test.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, please tell.
Yeah, ma'am, attendance is not updated so far, and I am not able to say that submit the feedback form also there.
Please wait, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
The site is very slow, that's why.
Because still I'm trying and trying again and again.
Yeah, please
It's
cooperate.
still,
Please wait.
yeah, it's still showing that this one is not updated attendance.
Yeah, we are working on it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.